Fish and Game Commission. Do we have everybody on for Zoom? We're good.
Is this?
Are the Zoom folks on in the room?
Cynthia, can you please call in as Zoom?
Let's see. It was on the,
Cynthia, I think we're ready to call in the participants.
okay. I show everybody is in.
Okay, terrific. So I have to turn it over to welcome everybody and turn it over to Susan to introduce the meeting and talk about meeting procedures.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Marine Resources Committee. The committee is comprised of up to 2 commissioners who co-chair each meeting. Members are assigned by the commission annually. Our goal today is informed discussion to guide future decision-making, and we need your cooperation to ensure a lively and comprehensive discussion. We're operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, but it's important to note that the committee chairs cannot take action independent of the full commission. Instead, the chairs make recommendations to the full commission at regularly scheduled meetings. These proceedings are being recorded for reference and archival purposes and are available upon request. I would note that items may be heard in any order pursuant to determination of the committee chair. As a general rule, requests for regulation change need to be redirected to the full commission and submitted on the required petition form FGC1, petitions to the California Fish and Game Commission for regulation change. However, at the committee's discretion, the committee may request that staff follow up on items of potential interest to the committee and possible recommendation to the commission. So committee meetings have traditionally been and are designed to operate more informally and to provide an opportunity to everyone to provide comment on agenda items. And I'll note that this is the first committee meeting with an in-person component since March of 2020. And it's the first hybrid meeting that we have hosted since then. So we do plan to hear comments from participants attending the meeting in person in Santa Rosa first. And then we'll reach out to participants attending remotely by Zoom or by phone. And we'll give you specific guidance for remote participants regarding how to virtually raise your hand at that time. In all cases, if you wish to speak on an agenda item, please follow these guidelines. Please raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the committee. Provide your name and affiliation, if any, and the number of people you represent. Time is limited, so please keep your comments precise to give others time to speak. If speaking during general public comment, the subject matter you present should not be related to any item on the current agenda, because comment on those agenda items will be taken at the time the committee members discuss that item. So thank you for that. And I do want to also introduce staff that are here. Commissioner Sklar is going to chair the meeting today. Commissioner Murray is absent today. The co-chair Murray is absent today. From commission staff, I'm Susan Ashcraft, Murray advisor. There we have Melissa Miller-Henson, the executive director, Chuck Strickland, a tribal advisor to the commission, Cynthia McKeith, executive assistant, David Howe, regulatory analyst, and Kimberly Rogers, our Sea Grant State Fellow. For the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Assistant Chief of Law Enforcement Division, Eric Cord is here. And your staff member, can you remind me, please, the name of your staff that is here?
So, Lieutenant Ian Berry.
Lieutenant Ian Berry, thank you. Randy Lovell, statewide aquaculture coordinator, is in the room. Remote participating is Craig Schumann, regional manager of the Marine Region, Santi Mastro, program manager of the invertebrate fisheries Marine Region, Becky Oda, program manager, habitat conservation in the Marine Region, Kirsten Ramey, program manager of state marine finfish and nearshore ecosystems, and We also have 2 guest speakers or guest participants from the California Ocean Protection Council, Noah Ben Adret and Lindsay Bonito. So thank you for joining us for participation later. And I'm also catching a small echo, so I just want to make sure that participants that are on Zoom can hear me clearly.
Yes, and we would ask that anyone in the room make sure that the audio is turned off on your devices, please.
We're not going to use these mics, correct? So I think that's part of the problem. There's no reason to use them, so.
It's a device issue of some sort. Somebody has audio on the device.
But again, there's no reason to use these mics, correct? They're
As
not-
long as your voice carries.
Okay.
You don't need it.
Okay, good. Let's try that, Susan. Okay, is that it, Susan?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome, great. So the first is to approve the agenda. Since I'm the only chair here, I approve it. And we're on to general public comment. A reminder that general public comment is for issues not on today's agenda. It's an opportunity to talk on issues only related to California fishing game business and make sure that it's an issue under our purview, number one. Number two, it asks you to be concise and tell us what the issue is and what you'd like us to do. Susan?
Thank you. Before we do that, I'd like to turn to Melissa Miller-Henson for some technical notes that'll help support this.
And since my voice doesn't carry quite as well, I'm going to go ahead and use the microphone. So if you're participating in the Zoom webinar and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and use the call me option, linkage happen automatically. Please note that if you're joining by phone only and wish to comment, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. If you're having any technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact a staff member at 916-902-9286. And note that Zoom's chat feature is disabled and video for those on Zoom will not be available.
So if you'd like to make public comment, please raise your hand by pressing 9 on your phone or using the hand raise function in Zoom. A reminder just to press star 9 once to raise your hand if you're on the phone. If you do it twice, you'll turn it off.
Great, and thank you. We'll go ahead and get started in the room. Are there any general comments?
Please come on up.
Should I go here and speaker?
I think we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jeff Chester. I'm the California Campaign Director for the Conservation Group Oceana. I'm speaking today to provide an update on our efforts to submit experimental fishing permit for pop-up gear in the indigenous crab fishery. Our goal is to get multiple alternative gears approved so fishermen have options for continued fishing during times when traditional gear is closed to prevent wildlife entanglements. Pop-up gear eliminates vertical lines that cause entanglement, and we have demonstrated with our testing efforts so far that with commercial crab fishers that pop-up gear does work reliably. We submitted an alternative gear application this past February, which was denied by the department, largely due to enforcement concerns. And CDFW told us in their denial letter that the EFP program would be the better route for testing the gear in a controlled setting and establishing an enforcement regime. We've now drafted an EFP application and conducted pre-consultations with the department, which are much appreciated. And in early June, we circulated the draft application and shared it with individual commercial and recreational crab fishers, the Indigenous Crab Task Force, and other fisher organizations to solicit input in hopes of collaborating with coordinate and provide there's been a general fleet-wide opposition to any efforts to work on pop-up gear, and this has resulted in unsafe testing environment because commercial and recreational are facing fleet backlash and retribution, and it is unsafe for them to participate. The opponents of pop-up gear are largely concerned fleet-wide as a full replacement to traditional gear, which is not our intent. We have been working with the department and continually provided the fishing opportunity with opportunities to collaborate and take a leadership role in the process. And we hope to submit an EFP application in the near future to allow for testing this upcoming season. And so our request is we would appreciate any assistance from the department and the commission in providing encouragement and assurances so that there can be a safe space to allow for innovations to provide solutions for continued fishing when whales and turtles are present. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide comment.
Thanks, Jeff. I like this on the, because I don't know what's on November, I'd like this on the commission agenda for August to discuss. I can report back from the Marine Division to hear what's going on with this, because this has been in front of us for a long time, and it's an essential thing. I don't want to see delayed anymore. Thank you, guys. Any from the public in the room would like to speak? Seeing no one, do we have anybody online? It looks like one hand's up. Who's going to call it? Who's going to call the Zoom room?
All right, we can't hear David Hobbs, so Cynthia, would you please call on the Zoom participant?
No, their hands down now. There's nobody's hand up.
Excuse me,
I don't see any hands.
President Sklar, we're having some
Yeah,
audio.
we turn the volume up again. I don't know.
So we're only hearing it from there, we're not hearing it. through
Yeah,
the-
we're
Hang on a
having some
second.
audio issues out here.
Greg,
in
hang on a
Zoom.
second. We can hear you. Greg, hang on a second.
John's on it. John's
Can you hear now?
We can hear you now. Joe,
Thank
Greg,
you.
can we hear you now? Try again, Greg.
Yeah, I just wanted to flag that we were having some audio issues out here in Zoom land.
Yeah, there's not, a lot of stuff is not really working consistently. We can hear you now, so go ahead, Greg, if you like.
I was just wanted to flag that we were having some sound issues. So
Okay.
Jeff's testimony kind of came in and out.
Can you hear us now?
I can hear you now just fine. Yeah,
So, the comment was from Jeff Chester. Why don't
Yeah,
you?
we got it.
You got it. Okay, and you can come talk to us at the next commission meeting about this?
Yeah, I think we could benefit from a little more direction on what you'd like to talk about.
I'd like to know why we don't have an experimental fishing permit on pop-up gear. We've been talking about pop-up gear for, I think, 2 or 3 years, maybe a little less, but I think it's 2 or 3 years. And I want to see real progress in this. So I'd like to have a progress report on what's going on with this process and what we're going to do to get it accelerated.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
And I can assure you that we already have the experimental fishing permit program on the agenda. The department is planning to provide a presentation on the program and how it's being implemented, which is dependent upon applications being submitted by folks within the various fisheries. So you'll have your first fishery permit application at the August commission meeting and a presentation from the department on the program.
Wonderful, thanks, Melissa. That's
Yeah.
great. Really appreciate that. Again, I don't look at this. If anybody who's online and Zoom who wants to speak during public comment, please raise your hand now. I don't see any hands up. I know Marilyn Jaspers was up, but she took it down.
Chair, excuse me, Chair Sklar, this is David Hag on the commission staff.
Yes, David.
I promoted Marilyn Jasper to panelist that may have lowered her hand, but she is still in the Zoom. I would assume she would still want to speak.
Okay, that's good. Let's go ahead then. Go ahead, Marilyn, if you can hear us.
Marilyn, you may need to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Related to the letter in your staff report, where the first item expresses concerns regarding low salmon populations and gives some reasons. The writer also mentions patronizing special interest groups at the risk of salmon extinction. And I'll make this short. We would urge the Fish and Game Commission and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife wardens to also look into excessive poaching or even legal catches by individuals or those that are exceeding special permitted limits that are being sold commercially to restaurants and other parties. It's going to be hard to catch and prove with evidence, but that's what we have been told is going on, and just wanted to make you aware of that. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Anybody else from the public like to speak during public comment? Raise your hand now by pressing *9 if you're on a phone, or raising your hand in Zoom. Okay, seeing no one, we're going to move on to the Red Abalone Fishery Management Plan, FMP review. Susan, please.
Great. This agenda item is to receive a department update on FMP development of the Red Abalone Fishery Management Plan, or FMP, including the draft chapter related to management, harvest control rule, and a de minimis fishery concept, and potential for developing a committee recommendation. The document in your meeting materials provides a recap of the background And I want to just highlight that this is, in this long process, there were key milestones that were met over the course of time that are relevant to today's discussion, including peer review of 2 proposed harvest control rules, one developed by the department and one by partner environmental NGO. The commission approved an MRC recommendation to support a collaborative stakeholder team process to integrate the 2 harvest control rules at the end of 2018. In March of 2020, the MRC received a report prepared by the collaborative stakeholder team. And if you hear them referred to as the administrative team or admin team, that's the collaborative stakeholder team. And they provided a summary of the management strategy integration process for the abalone FMP and have 8 recommendations for integrating management strategies within a revised draft red abalone FMP. The commission in August of 2020 approved a recommendation from the MRC to support drafting the FMP and provided guidance on 4 elements, notably a harvest control rule to integrate both spawning potential ratio and density metrics where possible, fishing zones starting with 2 fishery management zones and a framework for the data that may be needed to establish a 3rd zone, including a provision for biological fishery as a de minimis option only based on precaution and driven by scientific need, and explore tribal allocation. As a recap to the most recent discussion in March of 2022, the commission, or the committee, excuse me, received from the department a draft chapter for the FMP for focused on management. And that has to do with the fishery management framework. And I just want to note that I've recently asked the department to provide an updated outline for the FMP. Some of the questions I've noticed have related to chapters that the public hasn't seen yet, but that the department has been working on, such as data streams as one example. So they will hopefully come back at the next meeting with that information. The draft management chapter they provided there's a link in it within Exhibit 1 of your background, including the draft chapter and some very in-depth presentations provided in March. So today, the department is going to recap the background and where it came to. The department presented at the last meeting some new environmental and abalone indicators for fishery opening to support a climate-ready management framework. The department presented a new egg production-based indicator model that was developed to resolve concerns that the department identified with spawning potential ratio as it further developed the management strategy. So the department can recap its approach, but in summary, in lieu of using spawning potential ratio and density as separate metric streams, the department's model employs a hybrid approach to integrate density, length frequency, weight frequency, and eggs per weight into an egg production model for determining a total allowable catch. And that had additional information about de minimis fishery. The committee, based on public comment at the last meeting, asked the department to follow up in conversations with the Nature Conservancy, who is a collaborator in developing the strategy and chairing the administrative team and more, and to also follow up with partners at Reef Check and also with the Recreational Abalone Recreational Abalone, can I just say the RAC? Advisory Committee, thank you. And that meeting was held July 11th, so that just happened. And today, the department will provide an update on those 3 different groups that they have held discussions with. And also will share plans for summer field surveys, which have just gotten underway And they're going to highlight potential next steps for for community discussion. Sankey and open the discussion.
Good morning, Commissioner Sklar, Commission staff, Sankey Mastro, Marine Region, California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Today, I'll be providing an update on our efforts to craft a fishery management plan for the northern red abalone fishery. I would like to address a concern that has been shared regarding the way we rolled out our new draft management scheme at the March MRC meeting. While we provided updates and opportunities to discuss progress at every MRC meeting since the August 2020 Fish and Game Commission meeting, we should have done more to engage with our partners outside of the MRC venue during this period. The integration report and direction from the FGC at the August 2020 meeting gave us much to think about during the COVID nightmare, during which our outreach did suffer. This was not our intent. We lost ourselves in our work to resolve the challenges we were presented, and we will do better. When we shared the latest draft management scheme with you at the March MRC, we meant to present it as our latest ideas on addressing the charge we had been given. We were very excited and still are that we have advanced thinking on how to manage this fishery into the future. This continues to be a work in progress as we receive further input and comments on the draft scheme. Next slide, if we're showing the slides. Hold on here. Okay, my screen went crazy there. Today, as a reminder of the basic components of the draft management scheme we presented in March, here are the core elements. Missing from this slide are the de minimis and allocation elements of the proposal. We have not abandoned them, they just got left off the slide. Next slide. The discussion with TNC that we had on May 11th, and again more recently, was focused on their concerns raised at the March MRC and the letter they sent you dated July 7th. We are still evaluating their recommendations and input, but have already concluded that improved explanations of the various elements of the management scheme are definitely needed. We are committed to providing an updated data stream table that was developed during the integration process that will help identify data needs and opportunities for citizen science involvement. We shared the management scheme with the Recreational Abalone Advisory Committee, or known as the RAC, answered questions and provided for input. There were concerns about data capacity and needs, and then time likely to fully recover the fishery. But we also got a lot of input that was supportive of our proposed management scheme. We are preparing for doing surveys this summer and fall in Sonoma and Mendocino counties to assess the status of the stock. And we are reaching out to partners to help broaden the data we can get on the status of our stock. We are also expecting data on stock status, as I mentioned, from our various partners who have ongoing survey work being conducted. Next slide. Next steps. We will be addressing a recovery section, or adding a recovery section to the FMP. That was one of the comments we got. While we've certainly, as you know, been talking about restoring kelp as a way of restoring their abalone's base food source through controlling urchins, et cetera. There are a lot of other efforts being looked at that could be beneficial to recovery of the stock. So we'll be adding a section to identify some of the efforts already started, along with some of the efforts that could prove useful. In regards to the de minimis fishery questions in particular, there are many details that will have to be developed that will ultimately need to be promulgated through rulemaking when we do the implementing regs for an FMP. We recommend using the RAC as a venue for further discussions and development of those details to bring to you to the MRC for your consideration. And our proposal is for the RAC to host public meetings, inviting scientists, stakeholders, whoever is interested in helping work on those specifics, particularly on the de minimis fishery ideas and allocations. We will also need to engage the tribes in an appropriate venue, and certainly if the commission has ideas on appropriate venue, we're all ears. We will be inviting stakeholders, scientists, and managers to discuss all elements of this going forward. We will be drafting a complete version of the FMP based on the current proposal so that a more complete picture of our approach can be understood and evaluated. We are planning on putting the draft FMP through peer review pursuant to Fish and Game Code section 715. And with that, next slide, I'm ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Sanki. Chuck, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on getting tribes more involved in this process. Chuck, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on getting tribes more involved in the red abalone process.
Sorry, I was working on some logistics stuff.
No worries.
Tribes have been involved in the FMP process. I was actually involved in that before coming on with the commission. And I believe there are mechanisms and individuals that are still plugged in and would like to plug in. That's potentially a discussion we could convene through the tribal committee. But yeah, I'm ready to support that.
Yeah, doing through the tribal committee, I think it will cause unnecessary delays because I think we really want to keep this moving. So maybe if you could get together with Sanki and talk about how to make sure that, because I think he feels that there may not be enough interconnectivity. We certainly want as much as possible. So maybe if you can close the loop with him on that, that would be great.
Absolutely.
And then okay, let's go to public comment before we just say anything else. So again, if you want to make public comment, if you're in the room and you'd like to make public comment, please raise your hand. Okay, nobody from the room. And then on Zoom, again, please press *9 if you're on a phone, or raise your hand in the Zoom chat the Zoom function. And we'll see, we've got 3 people so far. Let's wait another second or so. And David is taking care of this, I take it? Is that right?
Yes.
So David, go ahead and are we going to promote those folks, or can we just do it from attendee?
I've been promoting folks to panelists, so we're going to begin with Alexis Jackson. You may disconnect for a slight second while you are promoted to panelist, but you will rejoin the meeting shortly, at which point you can begin to speak. We'll call on you to unmute yourself if necessary.
Okay, Alexis, please go ahead. You're there. Oh, she's not up. Okay, one more second.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, Alexis. We can see you. Good morning.
Great. Good morning. Alexis with the Nature Conservancy. So we shared our concerns back in March with this committee about elements of the current draft. Some of those were around data resolution and data streams. Others were about things like departures from some of the peer review recommendations or from some of the recommendations that came from the integration process. I would like to say that I appreciate the recent conversations with the department, and particularly the statement that was made by Sanki earlier around just acknowledging where some of the breakdown in communication was. We heard that wholeheartedly. And I think the position where we're currently at is that, those concerns that we shared back in March remain in place until we see the latest version of the draft. So we're looking forward to seeing that. The reason why we continue to engage on this project is because we do see this as a precedent-setting FMP for kind of laying a benchmark for what climate-ready fisheries management can look like in the state of California. And for this reason, TNC cares very deeply about the underlying science that's informing the FMP and continuing to make sure that that's sound. We also see an opportunity here to really test the principles that are in the Marine Life Management Act and the implementing master plan. You know, the master plan elevates the importance of collaborative partnerships and how we leverage outside expertise and resources when drafting FMPs. It talks about the scientific value of management strategy evaluation and kind of how that can guide management outcomes. And then it also really speaks to the necessity and importance of what best available science is and the role of formal peer review in that. And so because of our role in the integration process, we want to make sure that these core principles are upheld in the final draft of the FMP. So we're really looking forward to seeing the next version and seeing how feedback from a wide variety of stakeholders is incorporated, and appreciate the opportunity to comment today. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Dr. Jackson. Next speaker, David.
Next speaker will be Jack Likens, and he will be followed by Paul Weekland.
Jack, can you hear us? Good morning, Jack, can you hear us?
Jack, you may need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Jack. Thank you. Good morning.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Commissioner Sklar and committee members. My name is Jack Likens, and I was a member of the team that took the recommendations from the peer review to integrate the proposals presented by both the Nature Conservancy and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Just to clarify a little bit, the difference in the two proposals was basically that the Department of Fish and Wildlife used density as the major harvest control rule for abalone, and the Nature Conservancy used SPR. The recommendation coming out of the peer review, of course, was to try to use both of those things, and they recognize the shortcomings in both of those things. For instance, density shortcomings, there's not enough data. It's often not very timely. It's expensive to collect, and it's has some problems with statistical accuracy given the infrequency of both spatial and temporal data collection. Length-based SPR also has problems in not being able to pick up maybe some environmental changes quite as readily as density. So the idea was to combine the two main indicators there. The other idea was to integrate environmental indicators, which are prerequisite even to going into the harvest control rules. I'm a little disappointed in what happened with the DFW's final FMP recommendation, because it kind of bastardizes density into some number of eggs per hectare, and that number happened to be 5,000 million, or to say it more plainly, 5 trillion eggs per hectare, which is a number that it's got to be very difficult to measure with any kind of accuracy at all. But the main problem I have with that is that it imposes a density restriction on top of SPR. So in other words, you use density, deep water density collected by surveys, and shallow water densities or overall densities also collected by very expensive surveys at very few areas and not very timely. And the idea was to use SPR as a more simple indicator, a quicker indicator, a broader indicator to be able to collect more data and to require both of those things to be used to make a decision. By stacking density on top of SPR, in other words, using density to calculate the number of eggs per hectare, density has a double impression on the harvest control rules. And that's really totally unnecessary, especially when you already have environmental control rules, even as a prerequisite to going into those more data sensitive type harvest control rules. So I don't know what the discussion was between the Nature Conservancy and the department, but I assume it was something along those lines. And I would strongly recommend that we separate back out density from SPR, use them as the peer review intended as separate indicators to decide how to manage the abalone fishery. The other thing I want to say here is we all pretty much recognize too that it'll be years. I'm talking about 20 years before we could ever have a fishery capable of even passing the environmental prerequisites before we even get into those SPR and density harvest control rules. So in other words, probably by the time this we are able to fish under this FMP or even consider a fishery under this FMP, it'll already be obsolete, and hopefully we'll have a lot more data from a lot more areas and be able to make much better decisions. So I have a little bit of a problem with using so many of the department's limited resources to write this FMP. It's been already since, since 2014, I think it was begun. So it's, what is that, 8 years? So I would recommend that the department more focus on how do we collect the data that would be important to managing a future environmentally flexible fishery in the future, rather than spending a lot of time trying to design a management fishery that will likely never be used as a fishery. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jack. Next speaker, David.
Our final speaker will be Paul Weekland.
Morning, Paul.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sure.
Go ahead.
My name is Paul Weekland. Can I say?
Hey, Paul, you're going in and out. I don't know whether it's your phone connection or what, but.
Unfortunately, you lied about.
Hey, Paul, we're hearing every 10th word, I think.
Hello? Oh, see, this is how you do it. Am I being recorded or not? So how disappointing. So we'll have a convenient malfunction of your facility and your equipment. The cost is being by the lack of any type of forward movement on this abalone plan. We were promised that when the marine protected areas came under we would have no problems with these closed areas would prevent any need of the fishery or any fishery after that. Am I being very disappointing? I will continue. So you have to define your criteria. You have perspectives. What about the harm being done to the coastal communities? The CEQA thing that you're not following. Like, any necessary reason to have to close any fishery. You lied about that. You've studied the abalone to death and public trust. No one believes that you can do. And I noticed you allowed Jack Lycan to speak. I'm not getting any feedback here. Hello.
We can hear you. We can hear you, Paul.
Oh, okay. So I was watching the aquaculture leasing thing the other day, and they said it was very important that they don't waste any time and money. It was in the public interest for this aquaculture leasing plan that's being developed at any time and money. Obviously, Zonky Mastriff has a different perspective on wasting time and money. So you can't even count abalone densities. Now you want to count egg densities? Yeah. Define the criteria, the perspectives. You say you want to start to begin to think about a plan. And, when are you going to start to think about begin a plan? Obviously, there's a hidden agenda here. I'm sure aquaculture has something to do with it, even though that's a big failure. Again, I just have to say, these closed areas, you only closed the most pristine areas, the best fishing zones. You took away about 80% of the best fishing areas in California, the easy access for abalone diving. And that was supposed to prevent forever anything. It was the panacea, the cure-all, the fishery management scheme, your scam that will eliminate any problems in fishing in the future. Obviously, you lied about the closed areas, like you say, but because of all the grant money, the grant sucking, your whole fraudulent way of spending monies, which should be investigated. I am really upset. Again, you ever read any public trust or confidence being a team?
You wrap up, Paul, if you can.
Right, I'm right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. David, looks like we have one more speaker, maybe.
I see. I'll promote Chris Voss right now. Chris, you will be next. Chris Voss, go ahead, please.
All right.
You just muted again. Unmute.
Oh, shoot.
Okay, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sklar. My name is Chris Voss, and I first want to apologize to the members of the RAC and the recreational abalone community for having not participated in the RAC meeting on the 11th. I am a RAC member and I wasn't able to, and so I'm sorry about that. I want to also speak directly to the comments of Alexis Jackson and Jack Likens, both of whom are trying to present a very reasonable perspective on what I believe to be has been a kind of an underhanded move on the part of the department. I participated enough to know that the peer review process was trying to integrate SPR. And you've heard my comments repeatedly about the benefits of SPR and the power of it, its ability to make quality decisions around an abalone fishery. Recognizing that there are weaknesses there, it's understood that it's the least expensive way to an informed decision-making process, and it's the most important for community engagement. And that's the tragedy here is I believe the department regularly undermines any efforts to involve stakeholders in community engagement and data collection. So my comments are just based on significant frustration, and I'm just really disappointed that the department at the last minute has tried to put a poison pill in an FMP that's taken now, as Jack points out, 8 years to develop. And so I think that's how it has to be perceived, given the Nature Conservancy's intervention and the department's response, recognizing that that they need to look seriously at the concerns. So I thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I hope that the commission, recognizes that this is what undermines our confidence in not only the department's ability to make good decisions, but in government in general. So I think that this should be taken seriously, and you know, some action should be taken. All right, thank you for the chance to speak.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone else on this topic? And if you're online, please press *9, #9. Should *9 or #9? *9.
*9.
Yeah, *9 if you're on a phone. Raise your hand and raise your hand at the hand function in Zoom if you're on Zoom. Give it another second or so. Okay, seeing none, no one, obviously we're not going to have discussion, so I'm just going to make a few comments. One is, Sanki, appreciate your apology for the flaws of the process so far. But I've been hearing a lot, not just on this particular issue, but on other issues, that there's been a backsliding. That for as long as I've been on the commission, there's been a steady improvement at the department for public involvement, transparency, and engagement. And I've seen it slipping in on a bunch of issues. I think Sanki's right that it's in part because of the condition with COVID, where communication is harder, but it's not that hard. And I think the folks on this particular project and other projects need to, in the department, need to start asking themselves weekly, how have I involved the key stakeholders, the public in this? Because it feels like a black box to a lot of folks, and they get a kind of a finished result, which is not the way it's supposed to work. And so, Sanki, well, I appreciate your apology and offer to, commitment to work harder on this. I think it really needs to be redoubled. And I want to hear from stakeholders over the coming months and that it's improved. So that's number one. Number two, on the density versus SPR, I think there needs to be much more engagement and much more progress on this. The idea of stacking, I think, in a lot of ways defeats the whole concept of having, especially with density at the top, of this idea of using multiple methods for determining what we might have in terms of a de minimis fishery, which I think the commission has made it clear we'd like to see the possibility of. Both this committee and the commission have said that over time. And I think that a hybrid methodology is what's called for. I think that's what we were expecting. So again, I'd like Isaki and your team to engage with key stakeholders and the RAC to come back to us as soon as possible. I mean, I think certainly at our next MRC meeting, I'd like to see real progress on getting there on that. I'm Isaki, happy to hear your response and comments.
No, clearly we need to do better on reaching out. It took us a while to look at the direction we got at the August 2020 meeting, do our analysis, do original thinking on some of the things we were tasked with. Our intent was, albeit we didn't communicate enough clearly, was simply at the March meeting is here's our latest attempt to answer and resolve some of the direction we got at that August 2020 meeting from the commission. Based on the comments we've received, we clearly need to do a better job of explaining what we've done, because there's a lot of misunderstanding, and that's our fault, because we have not clearly explained. And what we thought was clear, one of the problems when you build something is you tend to get a tunnel vision. And our rollout in March was to vet that in a broad, everyone gets to see it at once. And we have had some follow-up, with scientists and stakeholders. We're just starting that feedback. And that's also, to your direction, Commissioner Sklar, why we recommend using the RAC, because it can be pretty nimble and we can schedule meetings quickly, invite anybody who wants, and we have the time to really explain every element and justify and explain our rationale, which has not come across yet. And that's our fault. We will do better.
Thank you, Sanki. Yeah, I mean, I think that, and again, I'm speaking generally too, not just about this project, that, when you involve stakeholders earlier in the process and more often, it's a more efficient process and we end up with a better result. And so, including, in designing, studies that are being done to help evaluate things, involving key stakeholders who have real expertise in the design of investigations into processes, it means that we'll save time and not have to redo stuff. So again, thank you for that, Sanki, and I'll look forward to hearing back from everybody that the process is working better over the coming months. So with that, Susan, do you have anything else today on this?
No, I don't. Thank you. I just, well, I actually do want to point out that the discussion about using the recreational abalone advisory committee. I think I heard the department indicate that they would be inviting other participants, including the scientific expertise should they want to help support a more detailed discussion at those meetings. As you know, it's very weedy and detailed, and that would provide the capacity to ensure that people understand the nuances. So it would be great to get a report back on that as well, progress on that part.
Perfect, yeah, that would be great. Okay, anybody else want to have any further comment or discussion on this? Seeing that, we'll move on to item 4, which is aquaculture. Susan, why don't you lead us off, and then we'll go to Randy.
An initial draft of public interest determination criteria for new aquaculture lease applications in state waters, and have a discussion about that, including the next steps. By way of quick background, as of March of 2021, the MRC recommended developing criteria to help clarify what criteria should be developed for consideration within a proposed commission policy, followed by regulations if needed, to define and formalize standards that must be met for a new proposed lease to be found in the public interest as required under the Fish and Game Code. So in March of 2022, your last meeting, the department outlined a process to develop draft criteria, including exploratory research for coordinating amongst agencies and stakeholder engagement. And the MRC had requested the department develop that criteria as a preliminary draft, circulate it to stakeholders, and bring it to the MRC for discussion at this meeting. And staff also committed to supporting at least one public workshop before the meeting. So from my angle, I will just share that the department has followed through on that request, and very recently held a public webinar on July 12th, just 2 days prior to now. And the intent was an introductory webinar or workshop. I have to raise my voice. Okay, does this help?
You got a note in there.
Okay, I must have gotten a note, so I'm going to turn on my microphone. I'd like to note that the department and the commission co-hosted a webinar on Tuesday of this week as an opportunity for the department to go into more detail about how they developed their initial draft and to answer any questions, recognizing that today would provide a public venue for having an initial discussion, and recognizing that this truly is an initial draft and it is providing a venue for feedback. The department did, and I do want to note that the department has received several written comments with specific suggestions and feedback. Randy Lovell, the state aquaculture coordinator today, he's going to provide both an update, an overview of their draft, and also a summary of kind of the high level summary of information received today. I would also note that there are two additional comments that were also, two of those additional comments were also directed to the commission. They're included in your supplemental meeting materials. And here's Randy for a presentation.
Thank you, Susan, and Commissioner Sklar, stakeholders in the room and online joining us. Thank you very much. As mentioned, we held that informational webinar Tuesday. We had about 32 participants, plus folks from department and commission staff as well. We received some good questions and hope to hear more from the public today and ahead. We also have received some great feedback in written form already, and we'll be consolidating that input more formally in the coming days and weeks. Next slide, please. So thank you to everyone who's provided input so far. It's obvious that much thought has been put into your feedback, and it's very much appreciated. For the benefit of the audience, I'll recap some background context to explain how we got here, what we have so far, which includes a preliminary draft, initial draft list of criteria, and how we might approach this task, some of the input we've received so far, generally speaking, and how stakeholders might participate in the conversation in the coming months ahead as we engage in further public discussions. Next slide, please. So there are 2 Fish and Game Code sections that direct to the Commission to take certain steps once it determines that a proposed lease would be in the public interest. They're there on the slide. If you can't see them by phone, I would refer you to Fish and Game Code sections 15400, 15400, and 15404. The first involves a hearing overall that would be conducted after such a determination. And the second citation of public interest involves specific next steps in the immediate process after that determination is made, including the publication of notice that the proposed lease is being considered. It's important to note that neither of these directives immediately connect the final leasing decision to the public interest determination. The determination is merely the first step of a comprehensive process of consideration, environmental impact review under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, and additional fair and transparent public hearings conducted by this commission. Next slide, please. The commission has acknowledged the broader declaration by the state captured in Public Resources Code 826, encouraging the practice of aquaculture for a variety of reasons. And this policy points out many of the positive benefits that may be derived from the practice of aquaculture generally. But the policy may fall short in its application to every specific new lease application or request for which the commission must make the aforementioned determination. There are no policy definitions or criteria for public interest found in the code to provide guidance for our specific case. Criteria to guide the commission in making a public interest determination might explore what a proposed lease provides from among a list of both positive benefits and potential negative impacts it might avoid. The issuance of a new lease would be considered a project for purposes of CEQA, triggering environmental impact review before a leasing decision is ultimately made. The examination of potential negative impacts to the environment is thoroughly analyzed within the CEQA process based on a comprehensive look at the best available science. But that would come after the commission determines that it's in the public interest to consider the proposed lease. So what impact considerations, if any, should be included in this preliminary public interest determination so as not to duplicate effort or oversimplify or pre-decide before the more comprehensive impact analyses are made within CEQA. Getting through CEQA can be a costly investment for applicants and for agency staff resources. Might there be value when making a public interest determination to flag significant concerns that may either prevent moving forward with a proposed project or may raise questions about alignment with the public interest and or help to highlight potentially significant environmental concerns that can be evaluated in depth through CEQA? This actually has been in line with the department's approach in recent recommendations to the commission and is expanded more formally in the initial draft criteria being proposed as a starting point for this policy discussion. Next slide, please. The constraints listed in the initial draft criteria. So first off, we have divided the potential criteria into 2 groups, and we've labeled them as constraints or considerations. So the constraints listed in that draft criteria can be viewed more or less as a checklist. These are factors that can be more clearly applied to a proposed new lease and answered yes or no, usually based on language cited in code or regulations. It may also be pointed out that no lease proposal is brought before the commission with a positive recommendation from the department if the proposal fails to meet those regulatory or statutory requirements from being considered any further. In terms of considerations, the list might be used to flag reasonably anticipated factors for consideration during project development, permitting, and in the CEQA analysis. Many of the listed factors are explicitly reviewed within the CEQA process, and care might be taken in forming public interest criteria that avoids precluding comprehensive CEQA review. Consideration of these factors may or may not trigger an outright public interest denial, but should nonetheless inform the commission in their decision-making and directives to staff or to an applicant. So I'll bring up the initial draft at the end, and we'll be able to refer to it during the discussion here today. Next slide. There will be opportunities for further engagement, including today's MRC workshop near summer's end that we anticipate sometime between late August and early September. We will continue to be open to additional written input. We will follow this discussion up at the November MRC, and finally at the full commission meeting when the topic is brought forward from the MRC, and that date is to be determined. Next slide, please. I'd just like to thank everyone who's put effort into this discussion in its beginning stages, including my colleagues in the department and the commission, as well as the stakeholding public. It's been quite good to hear the engagement and see the engagement so far. So at this point, I request the AV folks to switch the presentation to the PDF document that actually displays the draft criteria.
And Randy, as you're transitioning to that, if I might, I just want to add a note for any agencies that are listening, agencies of jurisdiction, provide that early opportunity, and as well as the organizations. This is the same version that was sent out and shared at the webinar. So the department is going to still be processing the information that has been received in written format. Welcome a lot more. And then that revised version would be the one that's brought forward in late August, September.
Thank you, Susan. That's right. Well, thank you, Randy.
You bet. So the PDF document, and if you could bring that up and scroll down till that constraints label is at the top of the page. Mr. Chair, I wonder what your pleasure is. I have a summarization of comments that we have received in writing so far. Thank you, Kimmy, for putting that together. I can share those in summary form. We can refer to the draft criteria, whatever would be best to support the discussion.
Well, I think let's get public comment first, okay, and then switch back to that. We can take it all as well.
Sounds good.
Great, thank you. David, looks like we have one speaker. Anybody in the room want to speak on this topic? Okay, we've got a couple of speakers here first, so please.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Sklar. My name is Ashley Will-Gibbs. I'm the Legal and Policy Director at the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. It's nice to be here today. This is one of my first meetings back in person. I also want to thank you, Mr. Lovell and Ms. Ashcraft, for the background and the presentation that you just gave. So our mission is to protect and sustain the unique lands, waters, and biodiversity of West Marin. And thank you for this opportunity to speak on agenda item 4. I'm speaking here today on behalf of our 1,200 members. Along with 4 NGO partners, we submitted some initial red line suggestions and feedback, which is included in meeting documents. And we very much look forward to further participation and submitting revised comments. It sounds like that draft will be available in a couple months. Additional suggestions for broad participation is really critical, as the time frame for the initial feedback was short, so I'm glad there will be more opportunities. Also, the webinar information was posted to the commission page a little bit late, so I'm hoping we get a little more notice next time. We do support the process outlined in the staff report and the presentation that was just given. which states that the MRC will provide some guidance to the department. A public workshop will be held, and then the further refined draft will be discussed at the November MRC. As the criteria can serve as a valuable screening tool for a state aquaculture, it's critical that clear, definable criteria are developed to guide the commission's acceptance or declination of new leases, based on factors including sensitive habitats, recreational and commercial use, and changing climatic conditions. A lot of factors have been already developed in the draft. The development of this criteria needs to take place in an open, transparent public process, including consultation with key agencies, which sounds like that's taking place. I do want to state that due to the need for these clear criteria, we respectfully request that no new leases are found in the public interest until we do have these criteria finalized. As we mentioned in the written comments, we would appreciate a little more clarity on how the presence of constraints and considerations will impact the decision to issue a new lease, but I do appreciate the explanation that was given today. I do think it would be helpful if the criteria document itself did clearly state that in certain cases, leases cannot move forward, when a constraint is met. And while I think the considerations list is a really good start, we are concerned that some of the considerations might be given kind of a lower weight individually, and a lease may still move forward in the presence of these considerations, which is concerning because I think some of them are very important and that they should be looked at cumulatively, and also some of them are found in the regulations. So we do recommend that a mechanism be established reviewing those considerations in a collective way, and especially when there is data available in an early application phase. I know that sometimes we don't have all the data, and of course, this is not meant to supplant CEQA, but I think having a really robust mechanism to view those considerations can save significant resources and kind of avoid that costly and unnecessarily CEQA process for ill-cited applications. So lastly, I think the commission and the department's analysis should be documented in the public record. And thank you very much for your consideration of our comments and your dedication to the development of this criteria to ensure our state's aquaculture is sustainable and properly cited. So thank you.
Thanks, Ashley. Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly wanted to start by introducing myself, Jeff Shester with Oceana, and wanted to, on behalf of our organization, support the effort to establish the public interest criteria for new aquaculture leases. Thank you to Mr. Lovell and Ms. Ashcraft for the presentation this morning. And we believe that the public interest criteria is an important initial screening process that will also provide clarity to prospective applicants before engaging in CEQA. We note that there is a very high diversity in the types of marine aquaculture and in terms of their impacts. Some projects can be very beneficial, providing seafood and jobs with minimal impacts. Others may be extremely harmful to sensitive species, habitats, ecosystems. They may disrupt natural processes, harm other wild fisheries, that may result in a net loss of edible protein, harming food security in local communities, and unnaturally attracting predators. So we believe the draft criteria is a good start. We do identify that several key issues are missing or need to be further fleshed out and detailed. And we believe that stronger constraints beyond just those that are already established in statute are necessary. We support the processes as it's been described, as far as having a public workshop in later summer and fall, and then a revised draft before the MRC in November. And in particular, we want to note that we do have major concerns, particularly with marine finfish aquaculture. I think we did hear some discussion that may be off the table, but at least in reading the criteria, that's not actually clearly spelled out. We hope to see that clarified in writing in the next draft, that marine finfish aquaculture is, at least at this time, not currently in the public interest until some of the issues, particularly with feed use, escapes, disease spread, et cetera, are addressed. And so we hope to see these off the table in the near term so that the focus can be on the culture of algae and bivalves. We support the comments made by my colleague Ashley Eagle-Gibbs and their initial red line suggested edits. And my organization, Oceana, plans to submit detailed comments on the draft criteria. In general, we share the concerns that those considerations, some of those considerations should be elevated and should in many cases result in screening out proposals and not just addressed later in the CEQA process. And we note that even sustainable methods may not be appropriate in certain areas, such as in eelgrass beds, for example, in sensitive habitats. So ultimately, our position is that we believe stronger safeguards up front, particularly in this criteria, will ensure a successful aquaculture program moving forward and generate much wider public support for expansion of aquaculture off California. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Anyone else in the room? Seeing no one, David, let's go to the 4 people who've raised their hands.
Claire Sklar, our first speaker will be Chris Voss, followed by Jamie or Jaime, followed by Bernard Friedman.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Chris. Chris, are you there? Still not seeing him as a panelist, but Chris, you there? David, let's put on our next speaker and then come back to Chris. Oh, looks like he's been promoted now. Chris, are you there?
He doesn't have a microphone showing, so.
Okay, let's go to the next speaker. David, we'll come back to Chris.
Next speaker is Jamie or Jaime, followed by Bernard Friedman.
All right.
Is this Jamie or Jaime? Can you tell us your name?
Hi, this is Jamie Diamond with Stardust Sport Fishing. I think Chris is trying to get in there.
My name is Chris Voss, and I'm president of the Commercial Fishermen of Santa Barbara. And we're a fishing association that
Lost him again. Okay, let's go to Jamie, and then we'll come back to Chris. But if Chris comes on, let's mute him until Jamie.
Hi, okay, thanks. Good morning, Chair Schuyler. This is Jamie Diamond with Stardust Sport Fishing out of Santa Barbara, California. I'd like to bring your attention to our area in particular, as it would be impacted pretty heavily by more aquaculture. We do have the NOAA aquaculture planning area in our area. We are also one of the most impacted zones on the California coast between state and federal MPAs and closures. And yet we're one of the richest areas for recreational fishing and ocean access. My main concern is limiting ocean access with the proposed upcoming depth and season changes to the recreational fisheries. I'm very concerned that more aquaculture in our area will further reduce our ability to fish in areas that we're able to based on new proposed changes to our depth restrictions and season changes. And so I know this is kind of the beginning of the process, but I really hope that when we get down into specific areas, we are able to sit down at the table and look at maps and really plan this in a meaningful way that has the least amount of impact for ocean access for recreational fishing. As I said, our area is one of the more heavily impacted between the state conservation areas as well as the federal conservation areas. So thank you so much for your time.
Great, Jamie, thank you. Yeah, Randy, I think that, in the location evaluation, the impact on existing activities should be explicitly spelled out. I mean, I think that's kind of an inherent, implicit, but I think we had to, list some of the activities we're talking about, but not exhaustive, but
Absolutely. The fishing is among those public trust concepts or resources to be considered. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Okay, Chris, go ahead and unmute. Chris? We're not hearing you, you're muted.
Yeah, can you guys see?
We can see it, Chris, but you break up we hear like every third word. So try your best.
Hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear.
I don't know why. How about now?
Yeah, that's a little better. Go ahead.
Well, I'm Chris Voss, and I'm president of the Commercial Fishermen of Santa Barbara. And our board is made up of a number of fishing interests out of the port, as well as your next public commenter, Bernard Freeman, who's a member of our community and does aquaculture in state waters. our concern around aquaculture is primarily focused on the amount of area that we're losing over time. The federal AOA process, Aquaculture Opportunity Areas, have designated huge tracts of the Ventura Flats, and that would be potentially leased by the federal government for open ocean aquaculture. And our concern is we're adamantly opposed to finfish aquaculture for some of the reasons that that were cited earlier around disease transmitting to wild stocks. Plus, it directly competes with wild stocks that are not that are in good shape and that are being sustainably managed. So mostly our big picture perspective on this is that we have a 30-30 process that's going to take area away. We have an offshore wind process that's going to take fishing area away. We have MPAs that exist already that have taken fishing area away. We are looking at over time losing more and more and more and more fishing area that's going to compact our activities into a tighter and tighter,
Hey, Chris.
Smaller and smaller space.
Chris?
And it's not
Video off. I think that might help because I think you have a bandwidth issue.
Yes.
Chris? Okay, your video's off. Can I try again?
And we're frustrated with a constant efforts to take fishing area away.
Hey, Chris, I'm going to catch you.
So,
You're going to suggest that you call it on your phone, not.
Like, yes.
So let's stop Chris if we
can. You hear me now?
Text Chris and that suggest the.
Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, Chris, it would actually be really helpful if you can call back in by phone. We think that's going to work much better.
Okay, so David, let's great. Thanks, Chris. We'll wait here. We'll get you back on when you come back on. Let's go to the next speaker, David.
Understood. Our next speaker is Bernard Friedman. Bernard, go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi, my name is Bernard Friedman, and I hope I'm not having the issues that other people are having. Can you hear me?
You're good. We can hear you well. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah, my name is Bernard Friedman, and I am the owner of Santa Barbara Mariculture Company. I farm the shellfish and now a little bit of kelp off the coast here. I'd really want to encourage people to read what I sent in and wrote. I offer some suggestions of what the department and commission could do, and it really is all about property rights and and equity. It's really all about equity, and I brought that in front of the that workshop the other day, and the department really couldn't answer to how they're going to equitably install such an aquaculture plan. And it's not even really a plan. It's really what this criteria is suggesting is you're going to continue managing individuals on a case-by-case basis, and that's kind of what you're doing currently right now. So I don't see you changing anything, and I as an industry member consider that system broken. I mean, if you could just imagine if you if every fisherman had to go through this sort of procedure to get sort of their access to fish, it's basically broken, so you can't manage people on an individual case-by-case basis. It's just more of the same. And I just and so yeah, the list, let me get through my notes here. Yeah, the list is basically it's just saying what you can't do, and I'd like to see it say what you can do. It doesn't really provide a future. or a direction of what I can do for the future. There's no overarching plan. There's no programmatic permitting. It's just more of the same, and it's not really a future. It doesn't really provide me a future. And yeah, to me, it's really, whether you're a commercial fisherman or whether you're a farmer, you're producing food for the state. And this is, California is the 5th largest economy in the world. And to not sort of like tackle this and to provide enough funds and means to promote your seafood producers, it's just not a good excuse. If you're looking for more funding, tax all the imports of seafood. Because it's basically you're subsidizing your conservation methods. Just imagine if you had to regulate all the food that Californians eat, all the seafood Californians eat. You're basically operating on a massive subsidy from other parts of the world and governments. And so I just wish you'd take more responsibility and take care of your seafood producers and provide a equitable future for your seafood producers. And so I think that's about wraps it up. I'm glad to be a part of this. I've been growing shellfish in the ocean for 20 years. I know a lot of people are trying to copy my model. They've tried to copy it unsuccessfully in a lot of other parts of California, and it didn't work. And so I think I know what I'm talking about. And I have to provide a living for my family. So, and that's the kind of the hardship that I wish someone would take the responsibility off the individual and make it their responsibility to promote. It's just a really unfair burden for me to advocate for myself and then to come out here and try to make a living on the ocean and feed my family. So still haven't seen that yet, and out of California, and would like to see somebody step up and take some responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. David, next speaker, please.
Our next 3 speakers will be Emily Parker, followed by Karen Reyna, subsequently followed by Robert Smith. Emily, go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah, Emily, go ahead, please.
Awesome. Good morning, Commissioner Sklar and staff. This is Emily Parker with Heal the Bay. I want to start by thanking the commission and staff, especially Randy, for developing this public interest determination criteria for aquaculture leases, for hosting the webinar earlier this week, and for the presentation this morning. These criteria are really an essential standard for moving forward with aquaculture leases, both equitably and efficiently. And as Randy said earlier, these criteria act as the first stop. They act as recognizing things to flag for concerns and also things to highlight for possible benefits of a project. And this is not only a good thing for those that are concerned with environmental health like myself, but also for growers, for commercial and recreational anglers, for a lot of the folks that you've already heard speak this morning. But especially for growers who will benefit from clearer guidelines and expectations before moving forward with costly CEQA processes. I'll just take a brief moment to echo some of the comments that you've already heard this morning. Heal the Bay did submit comments both individually and as a group sign-on along with LA Waterkeeper, EAC, Santa Barbara Channel Keeper, and Resources Renewal Institute with recommendations on further improving these criteria. The comment letter was also accompanied by a red line version of the criteria themselves that I believe is already being taken into consideration. The recommendations in that comment include further considerations for endangered and vulnerable species, considerations for preventing interference with education, recreational activities, wild fishing activities, and tourism activities, and also considerations for protecting ecosystem services such as blue carbon sequestration. Lastly, we also really wanted to highlight considerations to protect local and marginalized communities and considerations that would ensure that future aquaculture projects are conducted in collaboration with local communities and specifically to benefit the communities that they exist next to. or within. Our comments did also include some questions regarding the criteria, some of which have already been mentioned today. But our most pressing question was just clarification on the differences between the constraints and considerations and how these two different categories of criteria will be reviewed and taken into account. So thank you again, Randy, for providing some clarification there during the presentation. However, I am still curious on how exactly considerations will be taken into account. For example, what on this list would trigger a lease to not be considered, for example, or vice versa. It's, you mentioned that constraints are non-starters, but how are considerations being taken into account there? So just something to iron out as we keep moving forward and finalizing and perfecting these criteria. As already mentioned, I think we would also like some clarification that these criteria are not designed for projects that would culture finfish. So those projects really shouldn't be considered in the public interest at this time. There really needs to be, as Jeff mentioned earlier, a lot that needs to be ironed out before we take that into the public interest. And that I would like to also recommend that these criteria should be revisited if and when finfish projects are taken into consideration by the Commission for bottom leases in the future. And lastly, these considerations would not be complete without, necessary associated processes along with completing bottom lease applications. Growers and other interested stakeholders are still in need of best management practices, whether that comes from the long-awaited BMP document and rulemaking process from the Commission or from the Aquaculture Action Plan that's being developed with the OPC. But these best management practices are really, really important. I think these criteria actually set up a nice outline for what that could look like. The Commission is also, as we have said, many times, in need of the appropriate resources and funding, including staffing, to effectively review and manage all of the state bottom leases and lease applications and managing renewals and all that sort of thing. So we recommend that an assessment be done of staffing and funding needs as soon as possible. So again, just a huge thank you to staff for putting these criteria together and considering our comments. We really are moving in the right direction in developing aquaculture in the state. And we need to do that in such a way that both protects our environment and supports, best acting growers in developing sustainable aquaculture, and also supports other ocean users like our commercial and recreational anglers. Heal the Bay really wants to see thriving and sustainable aquaculture in California that does not threaten our natural ecosystems and our wild fisheries. So this is an important step to achieving that vision. We're very much looking forward to improving, finalizing, and actually using these criteria soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. The next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be Karen Reyna, followed by Robert Smith.
Hello, good morning, Commissioner Sklar. My name is Karen Reyna. I work for NOAA, Greater Farallones and Cordell Bank National Marine Sanctuaries. And I'm here today to just talk about the nexus between our work and this criteria. So our sanctuaries, the Greater Farallones Sanctuaries jurisdiction goes from north of Point Arena down to the southern border of Marin. And in our sanctuary is Tamales Bay, which is one of the locations in California where there are multiple aquaculture lease areas. I want to publicly thank the department for giving us an opportunity to do agency review on the draft criteria. And I want to let you know that we are going to continue to engage in this process. And I want to let the Marine Resources Committee know and Commission staff know that we are happy to provide spatial data about Tamales Bay, including both the natural and cultural resources, as well as other commercial and recreational activities to help refine the criteria, especially when you get down to the level of considerations. And knowing that Tamales Bay is a much sought after area for potential shellfish aquaculture. So we've already provided feedback through the agency review. We'll continue to be part of the process, and we will make resources available as needed to help support the state in this effort. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Appreciate your efforts on this. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Robert Smith.
Then we're going to let Chris Voss come back and we can hear him.
Good morning, Commissioners. Robert Smith with K&L Gates. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you can, Robert. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Today I'm speaking on behalf of Ventura Port District and Hog Island Oyster Company. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it today. The Port and Hog Island support the committee's efforts to provide clear criteria that can guide applicants seeking new aquaculture leases in state waters and the commission's review of such applications. However, the Port District and Hog Island are concerned that many of the factors identified in the consideration section of the draft are duplicative of reviews and analyses already conducted under other regulatory requirements, some of which Randy mentioned before. Unlike these other regulatory requirements like CEQA, the Endangered Species Act, and the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, the draft criteria do not include any standards as to how to govern how those criteria should be evaluated, how mitigation measures and best management practices should be considered and incorporated in the appropriate level or extent of analysis. Rather than clarify these questions for applicants, stakeholders, and the commissioners, the considerations are more likely to complicate and confuse the process and unnecessarily lengthen the already significant timeline for lease approval. Given the lack of clarity as to how these considerations will be evaluated, it seems likely that the proposed criteria will merely invite additional challenges or litigation brought by stakeholders or aquaculture applicants that believe they have not been properly considered appropriately at a preliminary stage. While we believe that all of these issues should be considered prior to approving a lease, they are appropriately considered during the CEQA process and pursuant to other well-established regulatory processes like the Endangered Species Act, rather than an ad hoc list of considerations. Further, aquaculture applicants have been able to navigate several of these issues identified through careful site selection, stakeholder outreach and negotiation, and development of appropriate mitigation measures. Therefore, we respectfully request that the consideration section be eliminated from the draft public interest criteria, as it is duplicative of other regulations or requirements and will hinder efficient processing of aquaculture lease applications. Specifically, the Port and Hog Island did not support a lease moratorium. The commission previously initiated a hiatus on aquaculture leases in state waters, which has had a significant impact on the growth of the industry. The commission has shown that it can evaluate public interest criteria during lease considerations, having approved 2 such leases in the last couple of years without guidelines, and there's no reason that it cannot continue to do so as it considers the establishment of specific criteria going forward. The Port District and Hog Island have both submitted letters detailing both these concerns and some minor revisions to the constraints section that are more fully detailed in the letter. And they look forward to continuing to participate in these conversations as the commission continues to work on this item. To be clear, we don't disagree that certainly the considerations should be considered as part of the process, but we believe there's already existing regulatory framework to do so prior to commission lease approval. Thank you for your consideration and opportunity to comment.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Let's go back to Chris Voss, if you can hear him now. Chris, go ahead and unmute and we'll see if we can hear you. Chris, go ahead and unmute if you can. Able to see on the phone now?
Chris, as a reminder, if you've called in, press *9 to raise your hand so I can identify your phone number.
I think it's *6 on the phone.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Chris, if Chris gets on while I'm talking, let me know, David, and I'll stop for a second. You know, with only me here today, and in general, the MRC doesn't make decisions, it makes recommendations. So I think on 2 issues that people have brought up, finfish and a moratorium, that's really got to be a full commission kind of decision. My inclination is that we shouldn't hold this process up with finfish being much more complicated, much more kind of earlier in the process of finding ways to sustainably raise finfish. I think there's real challenges there. I don't think it should be off the table, but I think maybe now we don't focus on, we don't let that hold up this process. That's my inclination, but I do think the full commission needs to weigh in on that. Because I don't have the authority. I shouldn't have the authority to make that decision on my own.
That's actually supported in code itself. The code says it first gives the commission the authority to issue a lease for finfish, but it also in the next breath says you will not issue a lease until you come up with the regulations. So we don't have the regulations, so it's from town start.
All right, and then, yeah, same thing on the moratorium on any lease. That would be for the full commission to decide. So I think we put that on the on that agenda the next time we talk about it there. I do think there's no question that the criteria, conditions, and considerations should all be taken cumulatively. I think that's part of what the staff report would come back with and recommendation would come back with when they're all evaluated. We'll talk about them individually, but also cumulatively. I don't know that a weighting system is necessarily right, because I think that's what maybe really complicated and hard to really. I think we might spend forever trying to figure out those weights. On the other hand, maybe there's a set of criteria that these are the ones, if they're not all met, process stops, and a second set that are less significant on their own, and we take it as a group. So maybe that's just one thought, and I'd love for the stakeholders to weigh in with you over the next couple of months on something like that. In the end, it's up to the commission to decide, based on all the evidence put before us, whether or not it should go to the next step and it's met the public interest. This is a set of tools to help both the public, applicants, and commissioners understand how we should think about it. So in the end, I don't think a weighting, it's not for the department to grade a given project that specifically, but I think to weigh in substantively and both quantitative and qualitatively on each of the considerations and criteria that we're establishing, we all agree upon. Bernard talked about an action plan effectively. That sounds like what he was describing. And again, that's not the purpose of this process. And this is adding another step to the process. CEQA is well developed and it's thorough, but the code says we shall do this consideration. And I think in the end, if we do it right, it'll benefit not just the final outcomes, but it'll benefit applicants from not going too far down the process if it's just really not feasible. In the development world, so equivalent of a pre-development conference, right, which is really useful to people who are going to, developers who are going to build something. They sit down, sometimes informally, sometimes formally, planning department, planning commission, and it's evaluated for zoning and broad environmental issues, and they can be told, listen, this is never going to work here, and that saves them it can save them a development project millions of dollars, and here similarly hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I think it's a good process. We can overdo the regulations and become duplicative. I think in this case it really makes sense, and it's our job, regardless of whether we think it makes sense or not, to follow it because it is the law. But I do think on the action plan side of it, I think OPC is working on that. So I think that's the venue for right now for that next step of the process. We're very focused on something that's unique to this process because of the regulations on the public interest determination. But I think the work that's done so far is terrific. What I'd like to see when we come back in November is include most or all of the suggestions and edits, but you could distinguish between ones that are the ones you recommend and the ones you don't. But that way they're all there. I assume Samantha will be here, Commissioner Murray will be here as well then, and we can go through them. And it may be that we say, okay, these are the ones that department staff recommended. These are the ones that the public recommended that the department or Randy didn't, and the commission staff didn't. And then finally, we can talk about what the two commissioners on this committee feel about those before we send it on to the full commission. I would love to see us have it on the full commission agenda in December if we can, but certainly by February, if it's not possible for December, because after our November MRC meeting, we should have clear direction, I hope.
I think that the venue of the workshop, more proper workshop that we plan to have, gives us an opportunity to flesh out some of these suggestions in a little more detail. And I think we can, after digesting that, come to the November MRC with some sort of a grading or recommendation of those different lists and suggestions. Absolutely. I do think it'll be hard for us to predict whether it's a December or a February full commission item based on what we learn at those.
Yeah,
we may have
we'll learn at the
consensus
MRC
or not.
Yeah, we'll know at the MRC. But I'm just saying the goal should be to get it on as soon after that as possible. If there's still a lot of division and if Commissioner Murray and I don't agree on everything,
Sure.
or if we agree that more work needs to be done, then we'll certainly do that. We're not going to send it half-baked to the commission.
This is great feedback. Thank you.
Absolutely. Given what I've said, is there any other comment or thoughts from staff or from the public on the process going forward? Does that sound good? I'm gonna assume hearing nothing. That it's,
Yeah, I think that Chris Voss
Or is
did
he-
want to try to.
I'd love to have
I
Chris
believe
again.
he called back in to complete the comment.
Yeah, David, can we bring Chris up if he's available? And connected.
I'll promote him right now.
Super, thank you.
I wonder if he's on the phone. Is he on the phone or is he on Zoom?
I don't see any.
Chris, you may need to unmute yourself, or if you've called in, as a reminder, *9 will raise your hand and that will identify your phone number for me in the attendees list.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Chris, oh, there you go. Is that you, Chris? Can you? Chris, go ahead. Okay, I'll tell you what, well, tell you what I'm gonna do. Chris, I don't know if you can hear us, we can't hear you. Do me a favor, call me. Not today, but tomorrow, or when you give me a call and you can give me your feedback and I definitely want to hear it, okay? All right, we're gonna move on then. Why don't we take a 5-minute break, if that's okay with everybody? I'll come back at actually 25 after 11.
Okay, that's what I didn't know what the phone number was.
Yeah. 496, sorry. Okay, wasn't it there? Plus it's an 805, 805. So.
Well, I removed all the. I never tried the last one.
Anyway.
And I don't know what you would use the-
Yeah. Yeah.
Raise his hand.
*9.
Oh,
Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah, and old friend of our chief scientist, Katie Matthews, and yeah, Caitlin's our
He's saying that the
marine
mics are
scientist
hot.
now. She started with us in Montreal.
Folks don't have to listen to us all chit chatting.
We've already gotten her out on the water searching for leatherbacks and.
No.
on an
Oh,
expedition to
probably
Korea.
me.
Pretty, yeah.
Pretty good game.
Everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
Cynthia, are we ready? We're good? Cynthia, are we good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Great. Thank you. Welcome back to the MRC meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission. Go ahead.
Great. I'm not sure I need the mic, but I'll go ahead and turn this on. Today is an opportunity for the committee to receive an overview from the department of potential adjustments to regulations that were implemented in 2017 for the California spiny lobster fishery, and potentially provide a recommendation from the committee. By way of background, the commission adopted a fishery management plan for spiny lobster in April of 2016. And so that goes and subsequently regulations to implement the FMP and other fishery regulations in June of 2016, and those went into effect in 2017. And over time, some topics have been raised to the MRC, and specifically at the beginning of 2019, the commission referred this topic to the committee so that after a certain amount of time, the commission, I should say that the department committed that after a certain amount of time following implementation, they would be reviewing how that broad array of changes that were made to the regulations were faring and potentially identify adjustments. And we often call that a cleanup package. It's cleaning up and making appropriate adjustments. That is the stage that we're at. And for today, the department will provide a presentation of what they're proposing and share the outreach that they've conducted thus far, both with the commercial fleet and with the recreational fishery. And the person that will be providing this presentation is Jenny Hoffmeister. The meeting materials, the summary, and hopefully she'll cover this, is the timing that the department recommends for a rulemaking in order for regulations to go into effect in time for the October 2023 lobster season. And so Jenny should be on the line and ready to present.
Morning, Jenny.
Hello, everyone hear me okay?
We can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Sklar and Commission staff. Thank you for having me today. My name is Jenny Hoffmeister. I'm an environmental scientist in the Invertebrate Management Project. Today, I will be giving an overview of the proposed adjustments to commercial and recreational spiny lobster regulations and starting the broader discussion of these proposed adjustments. And I'm going to stop my video to accommodate some of the bandwidth stuff. All right, next slide, please. Here's a brief outline of what I will go over today. First, the history and context, which Susan has gone over a little bit already. The proposed recreational regulatory adjustments, the proposed commercial regulatory adjustments, some commercial regulatory changes that were scoped but are not recommended at this time, our proposed timeline, and finally a summary. Next slide, please. First, the history and context. Next slide, please. In 2016, the Commission adopted the FMP implementing regulations and other fishery regulatory changes, most of which were based on Lobster Advisory Committee recommendations. The rulemaking implemented some major changes for the fishery, including the FMP management framework, commercial trap limits, and a change to the recreational opener. During the adoption process in 2016 and implementation of the changes in 2017, some potential concerns were raised by commercial and sport fishery participants regarding the details of the changes. Rather than delay the adoption with what was seen at the time as relatively minor issues, the Commission and Department made a commitment to address the potential concerns should they play out. Over the last 5 years, we have heard feedback from stakeholders and enforcement regarding some of the changes and have identified areas that can be improved and simplified. Next slide, please. This is an overview of the proposed recreational and commercial regulatory adjustments in this package. The proposed recreational regulatory changes are to clarify and simplify hoop net buoy marking requirements, prohibit the use of hoop nets for the 24 hours prior to the lobster opener, clarify possession of short lobster, move recreational season opener, and some minor language cleanup that I will not go over in this presentation. And the proposed commercial regulatory changes are permission to retrieve lost traps, require marking of receivers, extend the deadline, and reformat the trap loss affidavit. And again, some minor language cleanup that I won't go over in this presentation. Each of the other items I will go over in more detail. Next slide, please. Department staff has had several fleet-wide meetings over the last couple years to facilitate discussion and solicit input on the proposed regulatory adjustments. The list of potential regulatory changes was initially shared with the commercial fleet during a fleet meeting in 2020 and again in 2021. Department staff also conducted a commercial regulation survey in direct response to requests made by permit holders and buyers during the 2021 commercial fleet meeting, the results of which will be discussed later. The list of potential regulation changes were shared with the commercial fleet again in June 2022, along with the results of this survey. Department staff held a recreational outreach meeting in May of 2022. This meeting was publicized by email to all report card purchasers within the last 5 years and on social media. Next slide, please. All right, I will start by going over the proposed recreational regulatory adjustments. Next slide, please. There are 4 recreational regulatory adjustments proposed in this regulatory package. 1, clarify hoop net marking requirements. 2, prohibit use of hoop nets for the 24 hours prior to the lobster opening time. 3, clarify possession of short lobster. And 4, change the recreational season start time. Next slide, please. The first proposed change is to clarify and simplify hoop net marking requirements. Under the current hoop net marking requirements, if you have several people, all with valid report cards and sport licenses, fishing off of a private vessel, the GO IDs of all individuals intending to operate a hoop net must be on each buoy in order to be in compliance. This leads to confusion about how many GO IDs need to be on a single buoy and can be challenging for individuals who take out many different friends throughout the season to experience hooping for lobsters. Department staff receives many emails each season asking for clarification on what is required. Next slide, please. The proposed change will simplify the marking requirement so that when there is more than one operator of a hoop net on a private vessel, only the GO ID of one operator present on the vessel needs to mark the buoys. When more than 5 hoop nets are used, the GO ID of a second person present on the vessel must be added to those 5 extra buoys of the additional hoop nets. This second GO ID can be added using some kind of removable component like duct tape. Anyone on the vessel may operate the hoop nets if they have the required license and report card. This change would apply to all private vessel hoop netting south of Point Arguello, which includes lobster and rock crab, but would not affect hoop netting off a pier or CPFB or any hoop netting activity north of Point Arguello. Next slide, please. The second proposed change is to restrict hoop netting for any species south of Point Arguello during the 24 hours before lobster season opening time. This change would reduce enforcement burden, leading to the lobster opener and close a loophole that some may be exploiting to start fishing before opening time. This restriction is consistent with the sport Dungeness crab trap fishery in the north. Next slide, please. The third proposed change is to clarify possession of short lobster. In 2017, a new provision allowed hoop netters to bring lobster out of the water and onto the boat for measuring. This change inadvertently impacted the intent of the existing regulations relating to possession of undersized lobsters, such that the restriction now referred only to hoop netters instead of to both hoop netters and divers. Next slide, please. The proposed fix to this error is to reword the language to match the intent of the regulation, which relates to the ability to enforce the size limit. It will state that no undersized lobsters may be placed in any kind of retainer, regardless of method of take. This language clarification effectively matches the regulation requirements prior to the 2017 change. This proposed change does not affect when a lobster must be measured. Next slide, please. The fourth and final proposed adjustment to the recreational lobster regulations is a change to the recreational lobster start time. In 2017, the opening time was changed from midnight to 6 a.m. on Saturday due to participant safety concerns. The 6 a.m. start time change was a consensus LAC recommendation. However, some significant enforcement concerns have arisen since this change. Enforcement staff effectively have to enforce 3 openers, once at midnight to monitor those trying to fish at the old opening time, once in the morning at 6 a.m., and once again at sunset on opening day. This has led to officer staffing shortages and concerns over officer safety. Next slide, please. The proposed change will move the recreational lobster start time to 6 p.m. on the Friday preceding the first Wednesday in October. This time was selected because it addresses enforcement concerns while still acknowledging the safety issues surrounding the midnight opener, starts the season during daylight 30 to 45 minutes before sunset, and does not take fishing time away from the recreational fishery. Next slide, please. I will now move into discussing the proposed commercial regulatory adjustments. Next slide, please. There are 3 commercial regulatory adjustments proposed in this regulatory package. 1, permission to retrieve lost traps. 2, require marking of receivers. And 3, extend the deadline and reformat the trap loss affidavit. Next slide, please. The first proposed change is establishing permission to retrieve lost traps. In 2017, a new provision was introduced allowing any commercial lobster permit holder to recover up to 6 lost or derelict traps owned by another permit. Concerns have been raised about this providing an avenue for gear theft, tampering, and theft of catch. There have been many complaints and 1 confirmed prosecuted case of this happening. Next slide, please. The proposed change will formally establish a system where lost or derelict traps can be recovered only by permit holders with explicit permission from the trap owner. This permission could be written or electronic. All other existing restrictions remain in place, which include a limit of 6 traps recovered in this way, no catch can be retained, and traps on the vessel must have a trap tag. Next slide, please. The second proposed change would require that lobster receivers be marked with the owner's L number. Unmarked receivers containing sublegal lobsters complicates enforcement effort and has limited the ability to identify the owner of lobsters within receivers. This is important when sublegal lobsters are found inside receivers. Next slide, please. The third and final proposed commercial regulatory adjustment would change the deadline and structure of the trap loss affidavit. This change would give permit holders a little more time to submit the affidavit and make reporting the information simpler and more straightforward, while also making entering and analyzing data easier for department staff. We are also exploring the possibility of reporting trap loss through ALDS, similar to lobster report cards. Discussions with ALDS staff indicate this is possible and can be achieved within the desired timeframe. Next slide, please. A couple regulatory change requests have been scoped prior to this meeting that are not recommended to be included at this time. While additional discussions and scoping of the items will continue, there is concern that including them in the current regulatory package would impact the timeline and the ability to meet the commitment made in 2017 to make needed adjustments to newly implemented regulatory changes. Next slide, please. While preparing for the current rulemaking package, department staff was contacted by a member of the commercial lobster fleet requesting a change to allow the sale of tailed lobsters, which is not currently permitted. This request had a sense of urgency due to immediate concern over COVID impacts on the live international market. A pause was put on the rulemaking package to scope the feasibility of this change. In July 2020, department staff presented this request to the commercial fleet and provided an analysis of all existing data and realistic tail width size limits. The urgency for this change was relieved when lobster price per pound hit a record high in winter of 2020-2021, but we continue to explore this option. Next slide, please. Department staff met with the commercial fleet, which included permit holders and buyers, in August of 2021. And the fleet requested the department conduct a survey to assess tailing interest and intended frequency of use. The survey was sent to lobster permit holders and buyers. The survey also included a separate question about interest in possession of live lobsters after season closure, which will be discussed next. Prior to today MRC's meeting, the results were shared with the commercial lobster fleet via mail and email. Next slide, please. The survey provided a draft regulatory structure as well as recommended tail widths based off existing data collected by department staff and academic institutions. A detailed report, including the draft regulatory structure and survey results, have been included in your binder. Key components of the draft regulatory structure are that no tailing would be allowed at sea and a minimum tail width would need to be established for the tail market. Only landed lobsters that meet the minimum tail width could be tailed. Tail widths would have to be sex specific and relatively wide to assure sublegal lobsters are not being tailed. Analysis of existing data suggests a reasonable tail width for males is 2.5 inches and for females is 2.75 inches. Given that lobsters landed in the northern part of the fishery are larger on average than in the south, conservative tail widths would result in less southern lobsters qualifying for the tail market, potentially giving unequal opportunity to the southern and northern fishery participants. Next slide, please. 215 fishery participants were contacted and 105 responded. There are many questions, but the answers to only a few will be presented here. The rest are presented in the report in your binder. 56 respondents said they do not support a change allowing lobsters to be tailed, while 33 said yes and 14 were uncertain. These results are also broken down between permit holders in blue, buyers in orange, and those who are both in green. Next slide, please. Of the 105 respondents, 71 were permit holders and made landings during the 2021-22 lobster season. There was less support for tailing from the southern-based fishers, which includes San Diego, Orange, and Los Angeles counties, represented in blue, orange, and green, and more support from the northern-based fishers, which includes Ventura and Santa Barbara counties, represented in purple. Next slide, please. Of those who said they did not support or were uncertain about a change allowing for the sale of lobster tails, opening the door for illegal commercialization and devaluing the live market were the most common reasons selected against this change. Again, these results are also broken down between permit holders, buyers, and those who are both. Next slide, please. In addition to assessing support for tailing, the survey also assessed support for a separate request regarding the possession of live lobster after season closure. Currently, it is prohibited to possess live lobster after season closes. Allowing for the possession of live lobster after season closure would give sellers more time to sell and ship lobsters that were landed on the last day of the season. For enforcement purposes, it was recommended that should this change be made, it be accompanied by a change that all lobster traps be out of the water by the last day of the season. Currently, lobster permit holders are allowed to have their traps in the water wired open and unbaited for up to 9 days after the season. The recommended enforcement component is consistent with other trap-based fisheries that allow possession of live catch after season closure, such as Dungeness crab, spot pond. Next slide, please. Of the 105 respondents, 52 respondents said they are not in favor of this change, given the recommendation that traps be out of the water by the last day of the season. More buyers are in favor of this change than permit holders. Next slide, please. Based on the results of the survey, a change to allow lobster tailing requires more scoping and discussion due to mixed support. In addition to getting broader support, there are other challenges to overcome and details to figure out in order to successfully regulate a tail market. These challenges include verifying the proposed tail width throughout Southern California, identifying a system to reduce the probability of recreationally caught tails illegally entering the market, and defining the conditions by which processors could tail lobsters for sale. It is not recommended to include this change in the current regulatory package because doing so would significantly delay the timeline. It is recommended that department staff and the lobster fleet continue to explore and discuss this option. Similarly, a change to allow postseason possession of live lobsters also requires more discussion with lobster permit holders and buyers. It is not recommended to include this change in the current regulatory package, again due to concerns over delaying the timeline. Next slide, please. And now I will go over our proposed timeline. Next slide, please. The goal is to hold the notice hearing at the December 2022 Fish and Game Commission meeting, the discussion hearing at the February 2023 Fish and Game Commission meeting, and the adoption hearing at the April 2023 Fish and Game Commission meeting. The implementation goal is September 2023 before the start of the recreational lobster season, which begins at the end of September in that calendar year. If it is needed, a follow-up discussion can be scheduled for the November MRC meeting. We plan to hold another commercial fleet meeting this August, which will be an additional opportunity for members of the fleet to provide feedback and discuss these proposed changes. Next slide, please. Because there was a lot covered, I will go over a brief summary. Next slide, please. To summarize, the proposed recreational regulatory changes are to clarify the hoop net buoy marking requirements, prohibit the use of hoop nets for 24 hours prior to the lobster opener, clarify possession of short lobster, and move the recreational season start time. The proposed commercial regulatory changes are permission to retrieve lost traps, require marking of receivers, and extend the deadline and reformat the trap loss affidavit. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer questions. Sanki Mastrip, Tom Mason, and Captain Eric Cord are also available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, great. Thank you. I want to check in with the Assistant Chief. Anything from law enforcement on this? I think we kind of got a sense of where you guys are on a few of the issues.
Yeah, the proposed start time change is very important for enforcement due to staffing and safety concerns for officers during those times. Also, the proposed change for not allowing hoop nets to be used for crab fishing prior to the opener is also a really important one for enforcement. A lot of people using that excuse to start fishing. So all important changes here for enforcement.
Great, thank you. Let's go to anybody who wants to talk on this topic. Chris, let's see if Chris is working now. Go ahead, David, let's bring Chris up. Chris Voss.
I'm promoting him right now.
Super, thank you. Chris, go ahead, unmute, please. There you go. No, unmute again.
We'll try this again. Can the commission hear me now?
We can. Thank you, Chris. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for your patience with me. I appreciate this. This issue was the issue around tailing was important to me in particular because during the domoic acid closures that were imposed on the lobster fishery in the northern part of the state at Anacapa and Santa Cruz Islands, and all of those discussions around how to deal with domoic acid, evisceration orders were used as a means to allow harvest of Dungeness crab. And it's pretty well understood that minus the guts, there's very little risk to humans from a lobster that has high domoic acid because most of the domoic acid is concentrated in their gut. And so one of the motivating factors to pursue a tailing option was to have the tool available that would allow us to implement an evisceration order in a lobster fishery that allows harvest to continue in areas that were deemed high with domoic acid. So that was one of the motivating factors. The other was that we are exporting live the bulk of what we produce here in California with respect to lobsters. That's a vulnerable position as a producer to have a single significant market for our product. And so the idea around proposing a tailing option was built on the notion that if our market changed, our market conditions changed, and a significant live export market was no longer available for any number of reasons, and we've actually experienced some shocks to our price in the last few years as a result of international trade issues and sanctions. And so it was, the other motivating factor was simply to give buyers that chose to try to market for the most value possible a tailed product only when that option or when that possibility made sense. It should be well understood that a live animal is far more valuable than a tailed animal in the case of our lobsters. That is not in dispute. What I'm hoping to create with a tailing option is just an option for the buyers. Okay, so what was developed was absolutely nothing was going to change on the grounds with respect to what happens on the vessel and what happens on the dock. All the lobsters would be treated the same way. The concept that wasn't introduced by the department but was discussed as a means to get at some of the challenges was certifying processing facilities that chose to tail lobsters. And then you'd have a way of enforcing you would be able to address the possibility of a black market for lobster tails by having certified lobster buyers who would label their product as certified by the state. So the concerns around growing a black market for lobster tails could be addressed with an accountability mechanism like that. So I know enforcement has concerns, and there is this issue around a black market developing, but I believe with a little thought and creativity, we could get at that challenge. And I appreciate the discussions we had with the department around that possibility. So one of the motivators too was that we were in the beginnings of a pandemic, and things were shutting down very dramatically with respect to a lot of markets. And so I appreciate the department's willingness to entertain this idea as a means to give lobster producers and lobster buyers an option for their product. That may come up again. And there's the possibility of domoic acid being an issue in the future. So I just conceive of it as a part and parcel to all of these other discussions that are happening around flexibility on the part of the department in its relationship to managing fisheries in the face of climate change, right? We're talking about it all the time, and we're blue in the face thinking about it. I'm suggesting that we put this analysis in our pocket, acknowledging that at some future date it could be of real value and significance to the lobster industry. And I agree with the department's desire to shelve it because of the controversy that revolves around it. But I think that the work that they have done is valuable and should not be discarded. And then I'll speak to one other thing. This idea that we get an unfair advantage in the north because we would be able to have more lobsters that had a fat tail width that then could be tailed. That's a ridiculous driver of a decision on the part of the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Commission. There's no unfairness characteristic to that. It's unfair that we catch huge lobsters that can be less valuable in the marketplace. So, I don't get the logic of that argument, because it doesn't make sense when you consider, just marketing dynamics in general. So I'll just leave it at that, and I apologize, and I appreciate, again, this opportunity to speak. And I want to congratulate the staff from the Department of Fish and Wildlife on having done some significantly thorough analysis and tried to present this in a reasonable, rational way. But let's just acknowledge that we could use this in the future and put it in our pocket. So I'll finish there. Thank you very much, commissioners, for this chance to speak.
Great, thanks, Chris. David, I think there was one other speaker.
We have one more speaker. That would be Dave Rudy.
Yes, good morning, Commissioner Schuyler and department staff. My name is Dave Rudy. I'm a fishmonger in San Diego. I've been doing this for 45 years, started as a fisherman, and I buy lobsters in Southern California. And I have a couple comments and one specific request. So I agree with most of what Chris said as far as the need to have an emergency market, tail market, due to the uncertainty of the Chinese market, either due to tariffs or COVID or whatever could happen, having just one live market. However, the way that this was moved forward with a minimum width, this would probably make it not workable in San Diego, because most of the lobsters are just barely legal size. So that aside, I think that issue should be continued, and I like the idea what Chris was saying about some sort of scheme where we can have some responsibility and accountability for buyers who choose to do this path to avoid any illegal marketing. But at this point, I'm willing to drop that issue. I would like to bring up one other issue, and that's the post-season possession of lobster. So I participated in the survey, and when the survey results came back, I noted that the buyers were overwhelmingly in favor of the ability to hold lobsters past the end of the season, but the fishermen were, for the most part, very much against it. And I was surprised at this because as a buyer, this would allow us to buy more lobsters towards the end of the season and not have to cut off the buying early. So I contacted the department to try to understand this better, and then I learned at that point that it was an enforcement issue. The enforcement said that if the buyers were allowed to keep the lobsters past the end of the season, the fishermen would have to all bring in their traps on the last day. So I can understand the fishermen's viewpoint. At that point, there's no interest in doing this because they would have to rush and get all their traps in for the last day. So my ask is this, that as it moves forward to consideration at the full Fish and Game Commission, that there be an option to consider a method where any lobster buyer in California that has live tanks on land be allowed to apply for a permit to hold live lobsters for 30 days, and this would be subject to inspection by enforcement. I think this creates an opportunity where the buyers can continue to buy towards the end of the season, continue to market after the season's closed to the local market, and also addresses enforcement's concern about potentially illegal harvest happening after the season. This would be only buyers that have live tanks on land, not buyers that are holding receivers, and would require a permit. So therefore, I would estimate there would be less than 5 buyers that fit this category that have live tanks. And then we would again be subject to inspection by the enforcement. They could come by at the end of the season, see how many lobsters we have in the tank. There should be a way to monitor our sales after the end of the season. Anyway, that's my request. This be included in the package for discussion when it goes to the full Fish and Game Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Okay, I don't see any other commenters at this point. So what I'd like to do is suggest this, that we do plan to notice it for December. I don't know that there's a need to come back at the MRC in November, but would suggest that the discussion regarding end of season possession be continued with law enforcement, commission staff, department staff, and stakeholders to see if there's a recommendation when we're ready for notice making on any change in that. But otherwise, we go ahead with the recommendations as proposed. And that on the question of tailing, that be an ongoing discussion, but be continued, not be part of this rulemaking. I think it'll slow the rulemaking down considerably. I think we need to clean this stuff up. Any questions on that?
Yeah, so it sounds like you do have a committee recommendation. There's a proposed motion or a proposed recommendation.
Yeah, we don't really need a motion.
Great, so just want to clarify, you do have a recommendation.
That was my recommendation.
Perfect, okay.
And then I did have one question, if that would be all right for Jenny.
Yeah, of course, please.
And Jenny, this is when you were talking about the abandoned and lost gear and requiring that in the future, it would be required to have written permission before folks could go out and retrieve that gear. I'm wondering, is there anything currently in the regulation that allows the department to authorize that kind of activity in the case of, say, for instance, someone passes away, there's gear out in the water? Does the department have the ability to authorize, say, friends or family to go out and retrieve that gear?
Yes, thank you for that question. There are 2 provisions in place that allow for the retrieval of gear that is not owned by the person pulling it. One is for something catastrophic, like an injury or illness or death, that allows someone to fish all traps in the water for the permit in question. That's a separate part of this regulation that we won't be touching. What we're only touching is the first part, which is in the case of lost or derelict traps, where the limit to recover is 6. I'm not sure if Eric would like to add anything to that, but does that answer your question?
Sounds like it. Thank you.
So without any other further comment, any recommendations?
Chair Sklar.
Yes, David.
Apologies for interrupting. Chris Voss raised his hand again. Would you like to call him in one more time, or are we proceeding?
We can call him. Chris, briefly, please.
Okay, I've promoted Chris. Chris, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Chris, briefly.
Yeah, I appreciate this. I realize this is pushing the protocol for allowing me to speak again. But I just want to speak briefly in support of what Dave suggested. One of the challenges we faced at the end of the season is getting all of our gear out and actually still producing lobsters, because none of us can hold all of our gear on a single load. So it takes days and days and days. That's why we have 10 days after the season to get our gear out anyway. And so to be able to, anyway, that's that. And then I'm sorry, I appreciate the opportunity to jump back in, but I hope that we can continue this discussion around both the end of the season and tailing. Thank you very much, Commission.
And we will, Chris. We're clearly my recommendation is that we continue both of those, and that the end of season process be discussed in the coming months, so we can include it in November or December rather, if some accommodation can be reached on that. And the tailing issue that we did a longer discussion beyond this particular package. Okay, moving on to item 6, which is ocean sports fishing regulations. Susan, please.
Great. So this agenda item is for the department to provide an overview of a potential rulemaking, and the purpose of the rulemaking is to implement Assembly Bill 817 that establishes a 365-day sport fishing license. And they also have an update on for development of a mobile application that would allow for display on the mobile app. So this was a long sought proposal by the recreational fleet, and I think, and I understand it has support both in the terrestrial realm and the ocean realm, or the marine realm and the freshwater realm. It was vetted at the WRC meeting, Wildlife Resources Committee in Maine. And today, Craig Schumann will provide an overview of the package as envisioned for any discussion.
Okay, before we go to Craig, can anybody who's going to want to speak on this raise their hand? And by pressing *9 if you're on the phone, or raising your hand. Okay, Mark. Okay, let's go to Craig, and Craig, I think we can be relatively brief in summarizing this here.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Good morning, Commissioner Sklar, Craig Schumann, CDFW Marine Region. And before I start, just want to give a quick shout out to Jenny for the great presentation, and to the lobster team for all their work, reaching out to both the commercial and recreational sector on that topic we just discussed. The department knows how important the 365-day fishing license is to California anglers, and we've been working hard to implement AB 17 and are on track to begin sales of the 365-day license in mid-2023 or sooner. And I'm pleased to report that we have received funding in the 22-23 budget to complete the required technological developments. There does not need to be revisions to regulations beyond some minor language cleanup, which is already included in the sport fish package, and that's for the recreational crab trap validations. And generally, report cards will remain unchanged. So that's phase 1. We're on track. We're going to get there next year. Phase 2, the mobile application, we're looking at a rollout in summer of 2024. This will require regulation changes to allow electronic license display in mobile application, and will require additional technology developments. The commission meeting schedules, May and September, the WRC, October notice, December, let's see here, December discussion, and February adoption for the sport fish package that has those phase 1 developments. All report cards will be addressed in phase 3, which will follow implementation of the initial mobile license application for a potential rollout in 2025. Like I say, I'm personally, as a department employee and a recreational angler, very excited for this to come about. I've been pushing for electronic tools for the 9 years I've been working at the department, and just can attest to how difficult it is to get these systems in place. And I'm pleased to see we're on track with this.
Yeah, this is terrific. Both of these are excellent. As a commissioner, as a hunter and a fisher, I appreciate it all, and I think as a commissioner, I'll really appreciate that I'll stop hearing from so many hunters and fishers about having an annual license. So because I think that's been a topic in every discussion with hunters and fishers since I got on the commission. So thank you, and thank you to the department for all that work. Let's go to Mark Smith. David.
I've just promoted Mark Smith.
Mark, go
Mark,
ahead.
you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi, can you guys see? Yeah, I can see you. You can hear. Appreciate the commission and the department's attention to this item. On behalf of CCA California, who was the sponsor of AB 817, and on the heels of many other organizations who'd worked on this diligently over a number of years preceding that, we are also very excited. We have been doing regular check-ins with the department staff to ensure that the timeline is met. It's our understanding that we're targeting an April 2023 start to this program, and we're hoping that we don't slip beyond that. I did have a question just based on something that Craig said, the phase 2 rollout, which will require additional regulation changes and additional technological developments. I understand that we have funding from this budget for the initial phase, restructuring of some of the ALDS components and getting the 365 online, but do we need additional funding for phase 2, and what has been the conversation about that? We as partners want to do our part to ensure that the department has the necessary funding to stick to the 2024 and 2025 timelines for phase 2 and phase 3. And I think that's pretty much it. Just we're excited on behalf of the recreational angling community and thank everybody for their work on this.
Terrific. Thank you, Mark. And I don't think there's any recommendation needed. This is just on process. And again, it's just terrific that we're moving forward with it. So with that, let's move to item number 7. And I want to welcome Lindsay up to talk about remote PC.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioner Sklar. My name is Lindsay Benito, and I'm the MPA Program Manager with the Ocean Protection Council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some verbal updates from the OPC today. I believe our full written updates will be made available online with the MRC documents following this meeting. So I'll touch on a few important notes today. First, on April 22nd, California released the final draft of Pathways to 30 by 30, which details the state's approach to conserving 30% of our lands and coastal waters by 2030. Moving forward, OPC will be working with California Native American tribes, the research community, and other state and federal agencies and coastal stakeholders to conserve an additional 500,000 acres of coastal waters by implementing science-based protections that will address the most serious threats to coastal and ocean biodiversity. In the coming weeks, OPC will meet with NOAA leadership to discuss strengthened biodiversity protections for our national marine sanctuaries in California. Additionally, OPC will serve on the state's new 30 by 30 coordinating committee to support integration of coast and ocean into 30 by 30 implementation efforts. OPC has also developed an equity plan that represents a commitment to advancing equity across ocean and coastal policies and actions, and also strengthens internal efforts to create a more inclusive workplace and workforce. This past May, OPC released a draft of the equity plan for a 45-day public comment period, which closed June 23rd. This feedback will inform the final proposed plan, which we anticipate bringing to the council for consideration and possible adoption at our September 14th meeting. At that meeting, OPC will also consider funding for a dedicated environmental justice small grants program. In addition to the equity plan, OPC is working on a tribal engagement strategy. Just last week on July 6th, OPC released the draft of this strategy for a 90-day tribal consultation period. The draft strategy, which was developed by OPC staff on early consultations and listening sessions with coastal tribes held in fall of 2021, is intended to provide a framework for enhanced partnership between OPC and tribes on coastal and ocean issues. OPC looks forward to consulting with tribes on the draft, anticipates bringing this final strategy to our council in December. We'll also consider additional funding for the Tribal Marine Stewards Network and a dedicated tribal small grants program at our next September meeting. We've also been working on restoration and mitigation policy. OPC staff have developed a draft policy to guide restoration and mitigation activities in coastal and ocean habitats. This new policy will provide consistent, standardized foundation for evaluation and approval of such efforts. This draft policy is currently being reviewed by an expert scientific panel that provided initial feedback to OPC on June 15th. This panel is now working to provide additional feedback and revise the draft. A revised version will be shared with our partners for input in the coming weeks. We anticipate finalizing this and publicly releasing the policy by the end of this year. And I'll wrap up with a few MPA updates. We're excited to share that OPC, in partnership with CDFW and Strategic Earth Consulting, has kicked off an 8-part virtual summer webinar series that unpacks the results of the latest state-funded MPA long-term monitoring projects. Each 1-hour webinar is open to the public and allows public to interact directly with our MPA researchers. We've already held 4 of these webinars on kelp forests, rocky intertidal, sandy beaches, and ocean condition observing systems. Next week, we continue these webinars with 2 more focused on fishing and fishing communities. If you go to OPC's website, you can find the full webinar schedule, recordings of past webinars, and more information, including our technical reports and smaller snapshot reports to help disseminate information about our MPA science. Lastly, on July 1st, OPC released a request for proposals for projects that explore the role of marine protected areas and how they may play in enhancing climate resilience. $2 million is available to support research-based projects that advance our understanding of this relatively unexplored question. Letters of intent are due July 29th, and more information, including that the letter of intent template, can be found on OPC's webpage. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Lindsay. Any public would like to comment on Lindsay's presentation? Please raise your hand. Okay, don't see anybody. What I would say is 2 things. One is, the commission's focus regarding MPAs has recently been mainly on the decadal review, and that's really important and critical. I think it's time for us to get ready to start shifting our focus forward to the 30-30 process. I don't know if I know this. I'm sure the staff is there for the 30-30 work task force. I wonder whether we want to have a commissioner also participating. In the end, whatever's decided to do, it's going to come to us. I think having as much involvement early on as possible is really important. Maybe we should have this for a brief discussion in our next meeting when we talk about Marine Resources Committee, and see if the commission has any interest in in getting more involved. Commissioners have any interest in getting more involved, but it's something that is critical. I think that we're all very supportive of the policy of expanding to 30%. It's terrific. There's other countries that have already gone there, and we need to continue to be a leader on this. And so, again, it's figuring out how the commission starts to feather in its role, so we don't come in too late in the process. I think it's worthwhile.
So thank you for that. So it sounds like you might, if I understand you correctly, are you suggesting that we talk about this with the full commission at the next meeting based on recommendation here, and then to potentially direct staff to work with OPC staff on possibilities?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So mainly just in the context of MRT discussion, not as a separate agenda item.
Okay, great.
Okay. I'm going to keep going until our lunch gets here.
Okay.
So let's go ahead with the law enforcement review.
She just texted us. She's about to drive up and pass it.
Okay, we'll let law enforcement go first. Yeah. Eric, please.
Sure. Thanks, Commissioner Sklar. Thank you to our.
You might want to use the mic bigger. You sound clear but quiet.
They're saying quiet at the other end.
How's that?
Perfect. Thank you.
And thanks to our guests and members of the public, both here and online. I'm Eric Cord, Assistant Chief for CDFW's Marine Enforcement District. I'll first say thank you for the opportunity for enforcement to be able to share a little bit about our work on the water, and specifically today in and around marine protected areas. The first slide, if you can pull that up. Thank you. The first slide is an aerial view of the Point Reyes State Marine Reserve in Marin County, which some of our officers are lucky enough to get to patrol on a regular basis. Next slide.
So this slide displays the 2021 NPA enforcement statistics. The data was captured from 2 programs we have in the law enforcement division that our officers use on a daily basis. One is our electronic daily activity reports, or EDARs as we call it. This mainly captures our patrol time, activities, and effort. And the other program is our records management system, or RMS. And that captures our citation data. The statistics shown here reflects our effort during NPA patrols. And an NPA patrol includes not just the work inside an NPA, but also around NPAs where anglers tend to congregate. And an example that I can give is when our officers patrol from the west end of Catalina Island to the east end of the island along the front side. And in that case, we are patrolling through 6 NPAs. So these hours, contacts, warnings, and total citations issued is for work occurring near and inside NPAs. And of those 665 citations that were issued during NPA patrols in 2021, 271 were specifically issued for violations occurring inside the NPAs. The most common of which includes people rod and reel fishing inside an NPA, and then the second most common I'd say would be people taking in an NPA by diving. Next slide. So for this slide, we can compare 2021 stats to 2020. And for 21, we had more patrol hours, contacts, and warnings than the previous year, but there is 334 less NPA citations for 21. This was due to the COVID-related surges of human pressure on our marine resources that we observed in 2020, especially in our tide pools in Southern California and at our NPAs at the offshore islands. And comparing these years back to back, in my opinion, it shows that LED did an excellent job in educating people on NPAs through citations and outreach as well. Next slide. This slide shows a map of 2021 citations. The larger the bubble, the more violations. The color of the bubble designates the type of NPA, most notably red being state marine reserves and the 2 blue colors being state marine conservation areas. Also noting here the frequency of larger bubbles in Southern California, especially for the offshore islands. Next slide. In this slide, we've added some pie charts to the NPA violation map. The pie chart depicts area violations by time of year or season. Pie chart areas are as follows. Northern is Del Norte to Marin. Central is San Francisco to San Luis Obispo. Southern is Santa Barbara to San Diego. And the pie charts show Central and Northern California issued the most citations in spring, followed by summer. And Southern California has the most citations in the summer. The surge in citations for the Central and Northern area in springtime directly correlates with the spring rockfish and salmon openers that we have. And that's the time of year we have a lot of anglers on the water in those areas, and thus more people wander into the NPAs and get sighted. Southern California is busy year round, but the pie chart shows summertime is when it really takes off human pressure wise. Next slide. The pie charts here depict citation issued by designation for northern, central, and southern areas. Central and southern areas show the state marine reserves being the most dominant NPA designation for citations. For the northern area, the state marine conservation areas have the bulk of the citations. And the bar graph in the upper right depicts a number of citations by time of year or season for each regional area. And you can really see how the southern region has the bulk of the citations year round. And also shown here, Central and Northern California issued the most citations in spring, followed by summer. And Southern California has the most of their citations in the summer. Again, this reflects the springtime salmon and rockfish openers for north of Point Conception, where fishing activity is high during that time of year. And next slide, please. So this slide shows the top 8 NPAs by number of citations. The top 4 NPAs for citations are in Southern California, and the top 3 there are specifically at offshore islands in Southern California. Footprint being at Anacapa Island and Blue Cavern and Long Point are at Catalina Island. And data like this can help for patrol planning throughout the year, for enforcement. It gives us an idea of where our hotspots are, and sharing this data with Department of Marine Region staff and NPA collaborative groups can help our outreach and education efforts. Next slide. So this is the patrol boat Chinook, our newest addition to the law enforcement division fleet. It's a 48-foot catamaran hull, twin hull with dual 600 horsepower jet drive engines. It's equipped with a trap puller for gear enforcement, which is really important for that part of the coastline, and has a full squad of 4 wildlife officers and 1 lieutenant supervisor assigned to the boat. And I can update that the vessel has just arrived in Fort Bragg as of last week, and our officers are eager to get working on it. And next slide. That concludes the Marine Enforcement Report.
Really good stuff, really interesting, Eric. I mean, that kind of breakdown of where it's happening and how often is really great, and also that obviously the effort that that's been made, so it's bringing down the amount of necessary citations. That's all terrific. Thank you very much for that great info. Any members of the public want to comment or ask questions about this? Please, Ashley.
Okay. Again, Ashley Gibbs, Legal and Policy Director with the Environmental Action Committee West Marin. I just want to thank you for your MPA enforcement and for the detailed report, the update from last year. So we support California's MPA network and work to expand outreach and education through a Marin County-based MPA Watch program that collects human use data in and near MPAs in partnership with the Point Reyes National Seashore. In 2020, our MPA Watch volunteers reported an increase in potential poaching activities that resulted in them sending a letter to the department and the commission to increase patrols. We are grateful to the department for working with us at the reef to expand outreach and education in 2020 and 21, and our MPA Watch data was also analyzed for 5-year trends to better understand visitation at Duxbury Reef that revealed a marked increase in the number of people visiting the location, and that was prior to the 2020 reports. So as a result, we're excited to say that we've collaborated with Marin County Parks and Open Space to build a community docent program with at the reef. And we connected with the Friends of Fitzgerald Marine Reserve, who generously were able to share their docent training manual that really helped inform our manual and our training. And also thanks to funding from the MPA Collaborative Network and the Ocean Protection Council. In response to the department's 2020 compliance forum results, we trained 12 local members in January of this year as docents, and they have completed more than 42 shifts and engaged with 650 visitors at the reef, providing information about intertidal species, responsible tidal etiquette, and information about California's MPA network. So our docents are on the reef at low tides, on the weekends, as well as providing education to local school groups. And we really look forward to expanding the program. We're planning to train more docents in January of next year and expanding the program and our partnerships in the future. We also want to acknowledge the wardens in Marin County for responding to complaints from community members recently at Williams Lagoon, who were reporting increased clamming activity that was disturbing the marine mammals and the birds in the lagoon. And we really appreciate the warden traveling out to the lagoon, being able to meet with concerned community members, providing education, and checking the limits of the clammers at the lagoon. So this type of response was really well received, and it really helps build confidence in enforcement and helps aid in those bridges with the community. So I just want to thank you again for your strong enforcement efforts, and we look forward to continuing to partner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you. Anyone else?
Chair Scholar, we have one speaker on Zoom, Lily Mulligan.
Okay, Lily, go ahead, please. Go ahead and unmute.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Lily Mulligan, and I'm the Conservation Program Coordinator at Wild Coast. Wild Coast is an international team that conserves coastal and marine ecosystems and addresses climate change through natural solutions. Today, I wanted to share our work in California, where Wild Coast works to conserve marine protected areas. One of the ways we do this is through the use of innovative technologies, such as the Marine Monitor, or M2 radar system. Wild Coast currently has 2, and we're working on a 3rd M2 radar units installed in San Diego County that monitor nearshore vessel activity and allow for real-time enforcement of legal fishing regulations in 9,734 acres of marine protected areas. Wild Coast is currently pursuing a location to install a 3rd radar unit in South La Jolla. These M2 radar units have great potential to assist in the enforcement of MPA regulations. A great example of this was seen during the Electra case, in which data from Wild Coast M2 unit at Swami's was used to further document the Electra's presence in the MPA, leading to a successful prosecution. Wild Coast compiles monthly reports of vessel activity using M2 radar data, as well as creating special reports around holidays and special events. For example, the report over 4th of July weekend showed 2 potential poaching events within Scripps SMCA. We will keep you all updated on reports and findings in the future and invite you to reach out to receive more information. Thank you for this opportunity to share some insights on Wild Coast efforts, and thank you for all of your work to conserve our coast and ocean.
Great, thank you, Lily. Appreciate that. Appreciate your efforts. Chief, do you want to?
Sure, yeah, I'll comment. Thank you, Lily. We really appreciate our collaborative group outreach efforts. A lot of that outreach and education is super helpful for enforcement, and that in past cases, as you know, for the Electric case. It is important that it provides additional evidence in a case, but it's also important to remind folks that the radars themselves cannot make a case go to court in and of itself. We still need officers on the water and on the grounds to to finalize those cases and get cases out to court. But it is an important device, and we're definitely looking to see how they can help us now and in the future.
Great, thank you, Chief. Great. So with that, unless there's any other questions or comments, I think we're going to take a lunch break. We'll come back at 1 o'clock, and then we'll be picking up again on item 7.2a, which is the Marine Region Report from Dr. Schuman. All right, so we'll see you in half an hour. Okay, are we live?
Yes.
Okay, good. Welcome back to the MRC for the Fishing and Game Commission. We're picking up where we left off before lunch at item number 7.2A, where we take A, B, and C together, actually. We've asked the staff in the past meetings to just present written reports, and everybody's, hopefully we'll read those before we get here. So we really just want to open any question or comments and discussion on all three items: the California halibut fishery bycatch evaluation, the California halibut trawl grounds evaluation, and the market squid fishery management plan review. So you feel free to talk into those. Just let us know which one you're referring to when you speak. And let's go ahead, David, and start bringing the speakers on. Does anybody in the room want to speak? Jeff and Scott. Okay, Jeff, go ahead.
Great. I'll come up here just so it feels like I'm in the testimony chair. Thank you again, Commissioner Sklar and MRC. My name is Jeff Shester, representing Oceana. I was going to speak briefly on the bycatch assessment for California halibut, as well as the California halibut trawl grounds review. We wanted to start by just basically stating that we believe discarded bycatch of dead or injured marine life in the California halibut fishery is a serious conservation concern. I wanted to introduce our Pacific marine scientist at Oceana, Caitlin Birch, who's here, who's been doing some analysis of the Federal Observer data on the set gillnet and trawl fisheries. Based on some of the initial analysis of the Federal Observer data, we found that the trawl fishery appears to have an annual discard rate of over 70%, with nearly 100% discard mortality, extremely high volumes of valuable species such as Dungeness crab, which is discarded primarily dead, and responsible for over 99% of the bycatch in California of ESA listed green sturgeon populations. In set gillnets as well are also very non-selective. They're a major threat to protected species, including seabirds, marine mammals, white sharks, and also depleted fish like giant sea bass. And in some years catch hundreds of California sea lions. They're also a whale entanglement threat, as evidenced by the recent gray whale entanglement just a couple of weeks ago off of Southern California, which was in a set gillnet with 8-inch mesh. Both of these gear types catch vulnerable sharks, skates, and rays, where the stock status is largely unknown. And so we have been stating that additional management measures are long overdue to minimize bycatch with these gear types, and should be and has been highlighted as a top priority by the Commission and the Department in the implementation of the Marine Life Management Act, consistent with the Department's fishery prioritization in the master plan. And we feel it's important that the Department really set a robust precedent in the application of this tool. So we're really appreciative to see the update from the Department. And we ask that the Commission and the Department really prioritize completion of a robust bycatch analysis following the master plan's bycatch inquiry to inform the Commission's determination of whether bycatch with set gillnets and bottom trawls in the California halibut fishery is acceptable under the bycatch criteria in the MLMA. And this will require an assessment not only of bycatch rates, but also of total annual discards and mortality by each species by gear type. And we've identified several key species and bycatch issues in our written letter at the March meeting to the MRC. And so what we're asking the MRC to help kind of look forward and maybe have a discussion today about the process that the MRC and the Commission will undertake using the bycatch analysis and stakeholder input to make a determination and consider potential management measures on whether it's bycatch is acceptable. And we also wanted to ask the MRC to have kind of a transparent discussion about how to address the set gillnets as a gear type. Obviously, there's, I think, a focus initially on California halibut, but these nets also do target white sea bass, and there are some pros and cons of looking at this as a gear type as a whole versus looking at them sequentially, and we hope to get some clarity on that. And in the future, we believe it would be helpful if the department does share their initial outlines and project designs at the MRC. So rather than waiting till the end and seeing an outcome, that stakeholders can weigh in kind of earlier on about how an analysis and assessment is going to be conducted, so that we can ask these questions early in the process and avoid potential delays. And so in summary on this item, we really look forward to seeing the department's bycatch assessment. We see that it is scheduled on the agenda for the November MRC meeting, and we'll plan to present Oceana's analysis as well of the available bycatch data at that meeting as well as our opinion on that. I guess since we're commenting on multiple items, there's also the California halibut trawl grounds review. We support the review of the California halibut trawl grounds consistent with the Fish and Game Code requirements to conduct a review every 3 years. And we note the last review was in 2008. We are concerned that the commission's original determination for the trawl grounds that remain open was based on an assumption of low discard mortality that occurred during short 15-minute tows that were experimental and don't reflect normal commercial fishing. As we've seen, observer data indicates most actual tows are lasting for hours rather than just 15 minutes and have nearly a 100% discard mortality. So we ask that in the department, in its experimental trawling that is proposed, which we're supportive of that plan, but we want to ensure that the trawling does happen in the way that, authentic to the way the actual trawl fishery does occur, specifically that the tow durations of experimental tows are equivalent to the actual average tow durations that occur in the commercial fishery and are consistent with historical and observed tows in those areas. And lastly, we ask that the department also gather and assess all NMFS observer data from the California halibut trawl grounds for each trawl ground since 2008, which was the last review, as part of the assessment of each of the trawl grounds. And this is required in the statute, but we did not see that in the department's written update that was part of the plan. So thank you again for conducting a robust review of the trawl grounds to inform a future commission determination for each of the grounds, and we look forward to participating. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Jeff. Scott, you can use the same chair.
Thank you very much. Really. Wow.
The hot seat.
Thanks, Jeff. Hello, everybody. My name's Scott Webb. I'm the advocacy manager with Turtle Island Restoration Network, nonprofit representing 150,000 members worldwide, trying to protect our oceans. Appreciate the commission having this meeting out in Santa Rosa. My parents live in Santa Rosa and they're very happy to see me. So again, a good excuse to kill two birds with one stone. Nonetheless, yeah, Jeff just put that great. But so I'm not going to take too much more time, but at the same time, I want to reiterate the same thing you've been saying since November. We are very concerned about gill nets. Looking at the CDFW priority list, again, if we are looking this as a gear type off the bat, the priority list reads again, gill net, trawl, gill net, gill net. Again, I'm new to this, I'm naive, and I'm sure folks, of course, have been diligent looking at this, but I don't quite understand why we're not like having a discussion regarding looking at multi-species fishery. The little observer coverage we do have, which is problematic and limited in itself, lists over 148 different species. And again, here time and time again, we're in this, biodiversity crisis, and California's leader, and we won't right now even address the basic functions of how we're doing the science in this first place. So again, not saying I'm doing anything bad, but we'd really like a more formal discussion on what is going on, what the process is. So you guys don't need to hear from me every single time trying to gain understanding of why you're approaching it this certain way. Again, if you go forward this just through a halibut lens, make sure that we are looking at these management measures that we perform, advised through halibut for white sea bass as well. Okay, again, it's all parts together. It's all the same. If we look at past management measures that have worked, 1990, we regulated it as a gear type for the bow measure. In 2002, the commission regulated stat gill nets as a gear type. Again, the precedent is that it's been successful, it's been working. So I don't, again, want to advise a complete course correction, but we'd, again, like some understand what's going on and making sure that we're not having the same discussion in 6 years because we didn't do it right the first time. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Pat. David, anybody online? It looks like Mike McCorkle. Anybody else? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, we have 3 speakers on Zoom. Chair Sklar, I've been unable to promote Mike McCorkle to panelist, but I've given him permission to speak, and he will be followed by Greg Helms, subsequently followed by Paul Weekland.
Okay, great. Ashley, we'll come back to you as soon as we get through this, if that's okay. Okay, go ahead, Mike. Mike, you have to unmute. Mike McCorkle, will hear from you, but you got to unmute. David, if Mike can't unmute, why don't you help him with that? Let's hear from Greg and Gilly. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike's available now. Okay, Mike, go ahead. Mike?
Your phone may be muted as well.
And what did you do unmute on this? Start as on 9? Star 9?
This is Mike McCorkle speaking. Do you hear me now?
We do hear you, Mike. Go ahead.
I get real upset when I hear Jeff Sester making all these claims. And so I would like to start. It's hard to start. I've been a commercial fisherman now for 50 years. And 30 years of that, I fished with gill nets. And I never had any complaints from the fishing game department about overfishing with gill nets and stuff. And I fished in I fished in offshore, inshore, around all the Channel Islands, and caught a lot of halibut, sea bass, all kinds of different fish. And when you fish with the gill net, you don't just go throw it in the water, or you look around and see what's there first. You don't just put it in the water first, because the fishing changes every day. The fish move in, the fish move out, and you could put your net in an area that's full of dogfish sharks or something, and that's what you're going to catch. So you carefully put your net there and you fish. And I never heard the recreational fishermen don't really understand how gill nets work. But I seem to see when I fish around the Channel Islands every year, they come right to where my nets are, and they drop their lines down and they start fishing, and they catch on my nets, and tell them, don't fish here, fish over there. There's a, but they don't do that. They just do that. And then if they don't catch anything, they blame me. Well, the fish come in at night and they go out in the daytime, sea bass and halibut. They're not there. You got to catch them when they're there, and they don't know that. They're just fishing. So it makes a lot of difference of where you fish and when you fish, and what you're going to catch. And so I see that in my 40 years of fishing with gill nets, I started when I was pretty young, and the method of building a gill net has changed a lot from what it was 30 years ago or 20 years ago. The fishermen have started making better nets that catch fish better, and not a halibut gill net. Now, Jeff Sester doesn't know the difference between a halibut gill net and a sea bass gill net and a perch gill net and a kingfish gill net. He doesn't know anything about gill nets except to blast the order. So I'm saying that I don't see any problem with that, with fishermen fishing with gill nets. They obey the laws. There's a lot of laws about how you can put a net in certain places. Now, the marine protected areas around the channel are starting to close more of them. There's not going to be any gill net fishery around the channel. Then pretty soon, if this keeps going on like that, because so anyway, I don't agree with Jeff Sester's agree about gill nets. And in trawl nets, what I did is I saw that the marine mammal predation is so bad now that fishing with a gill net, you hardly save any fish, because the harbor seals and sea lions eat them all up before you get to them. And so I thought, and there's got to be a better way. So I knew that they trawled and started up in San Francisco in the 1800s, earlier than that. They made a net called a Paranzella net, which is a real flat net, shallow. It has a low head rope, and it catches sole really good. And so Paula Dini all these guys that started dragging up there, they all used a Paranzella net that they brought over from Italy. And so I was looking at those nets, and a friend in here showed me how to make one. And so I thought, I'm going to try to make a better net so I don't catch what Jeff is calling bycatch. And so I did. I made a net, and we went out and we tested it, and we dragged it around, and we tested it in San Francisco, and we tested it down here. We use them down here now. And the Fish and Game said, well, we're going to name that net after you. I said, I don't want a net named after me. Name it something else. And so they thought a while and said, we're going to call it a light touch trawl. And that's where you're fishing in the halibut trawl grounds. You have to use it by law because it's such a clean fishing net. In fact, we did the last study in Monterey Bay. Morgan Castanola and I on the boat Cecilia went up, and we made 20 tows in the halibut trawl grounds in Monterey Bay. We caught 0 catch of small halibut. We didn't catch one short halibut when you could pick up the newspaper from March 1st last year, and read every day. Sport limits today. We got limits, all kinds of limits, and they had them all laid on the deck. And and lots of shakers. Well, that's a shaker to them is a short halibut. In our study in making 20 trawls there, we didn't catch one non-target species. No, I mean not non-target, but one shaker halibut.
Mike?
And so it shows that you can make gear to don't catch stuff, and you can do that. And you take this summer, the sport fishermen started in the 1st of March, and they've been fishing all summer long. How many short halibut did they catch? They don't talk about it anymore on the radio or in newspapers. They talk about catching halibut.
Mike,
so something's going on that's not right here with us. And I'd say if I was the head of the fishing game, I would outlaw the no, I'm going to stop talking now because I can't. I'm not the head of the fishing game. They can do what they think's best, but that's not what the fishermen that fish halibut think about. They think there's better ways to catch something all the time, and they should be thinking about better ways to catch them. And Jeff Sester, to me, has got no knowledge of trawl net.
Hey, David, go ahead and cut Mike off because he can't hear us, and he's really dominating it. He's talking way beyond a reasonable amount of time. Mike, we cut off your mic because it was been going on for quite a while. You couldn't hear us, but thank you. And from now on, we can't name the nets after you, but we can call you Mike Light Touch Trawl McCorkle from now on. If that's okay. And also, I would ask all future speakers, and I think Mike, you know this. We don't call other people out by name. You can't. None of us can say what other people think or know. We can talk about what we think or know, and so I'd ask you not to do that in the future. Next speaker, please. I believe Greg Helms.
Hi, it's Greg Helms with Ocean Conservancy. Work out of Santa Barbara, like so many of the folks on the call today, and I really appreciate having the hybrid option. So thank you for that. A couple observations on this section of the agenda. Ocean Conservancy has like 50,000 members in California. Number goes up and down, but that's who I represent. I really just want to make a couple observations. Really appreciating the progress we're making in implementing the Marine Life Management Act across so many fisheries. And note with some appreciation that we're starting to get into existing fishery management plans and revisiting those as we try and bring all the California fisheries, the 36 or so, into the MLMA ecosystem basis. So that's exciting. So noting lobster and white sea bass getting talked about who have FMPs, and there's continued work as intended. So that's great. And that's also noticing the market squid plan and take that as a statement of support for that engagement as proposed. Be excited to see that and participate in that. So the MLMA has many things in it, among them a focus on habitat protection, minimization of bycatch, and proper catch control or sustainable catch control. And we certainly prioritize all of those. Definitely notice as we engage in this that some of the existing FMPs or some of the fisheries across the management are a little bit uneven, have fairly sophisticated catch control and an ongoing management there. White sea bass does, but may not have the bycatch provisions that are now sort of under scrutiny. So noticing that there may be now or in the future some advantages for a fishery over here that can come from a focus on the on a subject fishery that we're looking at right now. So I'm certainly supportive of taking a careful look at those and seeing if maybe an FMP is under development here, but regulations that apply to that gear type could then be brought into an FMP and benefit from the regulations now, but are sort of on standby to bring those regulations into the FMP as it rolls forward under the MLMA. Really just want to reflect that our organization prioritizes bycatch and habitat protections along with a sustainable catch management. So it seems from the written materials that the department has the intention of treating halibut under a bycatch lens here in the near term with white sea bass second, and that's an option. Certainly have no problem with that. But I also want to reflect that as we bring the whole management universe under Marine Life Management Act, it could be that that there's some mix and match effort and the opportunity to take advantage of an inquiry into one fishery that's relevant to the other. That we should be able to keep all those pieces and work opportunistically towards the three major ecosystem factors that affect fisheries under the MLMA. Just that observation, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Greg. David, go ahead and bring in Gilly.
Hello, good afternoon, Commissioner Sklar and Commission and Department staff. My name is Gilly Lyons with the Pew Charitable Trusts, and I just wanted to take a quick moment to echo many of the comments made just now by Oceana and Ocean Conservancy on the halibut bycatch evaluation item in particular, and just thank the department for its written update today and its work so far on the bycatch evaluation effort. We're very much looking forward to learning more about the results and any next steps it sounds like at the November MRC meeting, which is great to see. And more broadly, we just support the department ensuring that this evaluation leads to a robust bycatch inquiry in keeping with the MLMA master plan. And we agree that this effort should indeed remain a high priority for the department and the commission. And we appreciate the department's recognition in its written update today for this meeting of bycatch as a key reason for halibut's spot at the top of the master plan's prioritization process. And I think this discussion today really reflects that importance. And finally, we'd also be very interested in learning more about any next steps regarding bycatch evaluation of other fisheries using set gill nets and trawl gear types as well. And anyway, thanks so much for your time and consideration this afternoon. Really appreciate it.
Great, thanks, Gilly. It looks like we have one more speaker, Terry. Let's bring him on. Oh, I'm sorry, Paul Wiegland next. Go ahead, Paul.
Paul Wiegland, yeah, it's my turn.
Yeah, Paul, let me just mention that last time we had real trouble hearing you, and it's not our
Can you
system.
hear me?
Paul, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, Paul, listen, last time we had trouble hearing you, and it's not our system because all the other speakers, or almost all the other speakers, are clear. So it's clearly your connection. We're going to try to listen to you, but if we can only hear every 10th word, we're not going to be able to hear you. I'm not going to keep you on. So go ahead.
Yeah, how convenient it is for your technological advances. Commissioner Paul Wiegland, I'd like to discuss the marine protected areas, the cost.
Paul, that's it's not part of this topic today, I don't believe. Is there any report on that?
Task force meetings, how much it will cost, it would be worth the value and effort. Also asked times, about the three big ones. What happened if there's an environmental change? Or
Now David, let's go on to our next speaker, Terry, please.
Terry, I've been unable to promote you to panelist, but I've given you permission to talk. You may need to unmute yourself.
And yeah, see, this is how you do it. So the question is the cost and the fact that this no fishing zones punish fishermen. It's a flawed concept. Wrong assumptions were made. And that needs to be reevaluated. But anything to punish fishermen, right? Anything to take fishing is what you're up. And it's odd which you people allowed to be able to continue doing. Should be it. And the flawed concept, wrong assumptions are made on these no fishing zones, economic benefit zones. And again, every time there's a presentation, the big question is, well, how much is it? How come you're not telling us? Talk about transparency, honesty, integrity, equitable and amiable, and you submit your, where is that part? All right, that's enough. I don't even know if you're hearing me.
We heard you, Paul.
Logical way
Dave,
of counseling people.
Terry, go ahead and unmute if you would. Terry, we've unmuted you. You need to unmute yourself. We'll let you keep trying, Terry, but in the meantime, I'm gonna launch into this a little bit. You know, oh, I'm sorry, do you have somebody after that? That's just Terry. Oh, I'm sorry, Ashley, I apologize. Please, Ashley, come on up. Thank you.
I'm in the special chair, I guess. So Chair Sklar, again, I'm Ashley Gibbs. I'm the Legal and Policy Director with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. I just want to make a super brief comment, just kind of supporting some of our NGO partners that have already spoken, including Oceana, Turtle Island Restoration Network, Ocean Conservancy, and Pew. We are also concerned about bycatch and this gill net type of gear, gill nets, and just the significant biodiversity impacts that are taking place. So we support a timely review of the management data and prioritization of this issue. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll wait to see if David can get Terry on. In the meantime, let me say that it is clear to me that it wasn't just my position, but it was a position of the commission that bycatch is a critical issue as we were doing the master plan, and that we laid out. It kind of was raised at the commission level, it was made a part of the plan, and it's an essential part of the plan, I think, from my read of what the commission did as a whole. It just seems really inefficient to do one species when the gear type is used primarily for two species, and we ought to be looking at the gear type from a bycatch perspective. It seems much more efficient and means we don't redo things later. That's number one. Number two, I said earlier that not just on as we heard on the abalone effort where Sankey apologized for not being more inclusive in the earlier stages and intermediate stages. I think here too, we're seeing something that's got to be corrected in these processes where stakeholders are involved in the design of the processes of analysis and data collection and a plan for evaluation. Because otherwise we get way into the process. Again, it's kind of a black box thing, and we end up taking much longer, I think, than if we involved and had a much more open process in the design of the experiments and studies we're doing. I think that may be the case here. And so I'd really like to see this expanded to be for the two gear types, number one. Number two, really getting a much clearer idea of total discard and total bycatch. So I'd like the department to work with stakeholders on that as we move forward and come back when we hear in November to see if a number of these issues can be resolved. On the halibut trawl grounds evaluation, it sure feels like we're getting poor data. And I think that needs to be evaluated again through an open and clear and transparent process where the among other things, the length of the trawl is critical. It has to be consistent with what happens in real life, not a way to make the experiment a little more concise and easy to do. And of course, the NIMS data is out there and is very valuable, so I want to see that included as well. Happy to have Craig weigh in on these, but would like to see those things worked on very intensively and collaboratively over the next couple months before we come back in November and hear more on this.
I think that Craig is standing ready to be able to respond and that to clarify if you're recommending that the change in the course of action and relative to the original recommendation to move forward with halibut, so trying to understand how that fits. Is he available on Zoom or Kirsten Ramey?
Craig or Kirsten here?
I'm sorry, what's the question, Susan?
Well, the question is, in response to my comments, I don't know if you heard Craig, but I was talking about how we really got to be looking at gear type on bycatch because it otherwise we're going to do it twice.
I'm happy to respond to that. So a couple of thoughts. So I agree we don't want to look at it twice, and so the bycatch evaluation that we are doing will certainly inform analysis of the impacts of that gear type on other fisheries in the gillnet sector. But I think it is also really worth remembering that we did lay this plan out. This was part of the master plan prioritization process to look at halibut. We vetted this extensively with stakeholders. We received direction from the commission. We are doing exactly what the commission asked us to do. And now we're being told that we haven't been inclusive and haven't talked to stakeholders and we're doing something wrong. So it's a little bit frustrating. Let's just say it's a lot bit frustrating to us to be in this position where I'd say very different from abalone, where we did go off into a black hole during COVID and come back. And we're intending to use the MRC as the public vetting venue. And I think we should discuss that perhaps in a future meeting of how we view the MRC. Is that the place where we have public discourse, or do you want us to have that offline and bring it to the MRC? Because we've always viewed the MRC as a place where we have this discourse and dialogue and do this outreach. If that's not the case, then we can adjust, but I think we need to clarify that. If stakeholders want us and commission wants us to shift gears and not focus on the halibut fishery as we had all been working on, and now focus on a gear type, we can do that, but I don't think that's us not being inclusive and not having discussions with everyone.
Yeah, fair enough, Craig. And your memory is better than mine about. And I wasn't on the MRC for a good chunk of time. In the middle of this, I was there. So I take you at your word on it. I don't know what the best answer is, but I think that getting together with the stakeholders now would be valuable. And coming back in November to talk about what we do. It seems to me that it's not really switching gears so much because the rest of the effort on the FMP for halibut doesn't change. This is one specific area of bycatch, which we all know is a really high priority for the commission. Expanding that part of it to say, let's look at the gear type in this instance, because we can do it comprehensively without, I think, a lot of additional work. That's my thinking on it. So I apologize if I threw all the concerns of different stakeholders. We have been hearing that concern, and so I think that maybe getting together with those stakeholders before our next meeting and working through this stuff would be helpful. I don't think I want as a single commissioner direct you to start doing it by gear type, but I think that's a worthwhile consideration. And thinking about how much extra time and effort that would take, given that again, that's just an extension of the gear type within the effort you're already doing. It's not a totally different project.
I'd have to consult with staff because we have a contractor looking at the various data streams, including the West Coast Groundfish Observer Program data that Jeff mentioned. So we are hopefully gaining access to that, and we'll include that in our evaluation. I think my recommendation is that we get to where we are with the current evaluation and then use that as the springboard, as we've been intending to, and as we have shared with stakeholders, to then move into broader evaluations of the gear type. I'm not entirely clear what they want us to be doing differently. I think yes, it's taken longer than we had envisioned to get this first run of data back, and we're frustrated as well. But my recommendation is again that when we get those data, let's have the discussion, and we can have it both for halibut and for other fisheries as appropriate, given the results of those analyses. And if we need to go back and find additional data or do additional analyses based on that for other fisheries, whether it's white sea bass, barracuda, or some other target, we can certainly do that.
And what about the question of total discarded catch? Can you address that?
So the question is the concern that we're not evaluating total discards?
Yeah.
I need to bring in the subject matter experts on that. I don't know if Kirsten's prepared to speak on it. I know we've had those discussions, and there's some questions about the availability of data and how those data are captured, reported, for us to be able to get accurate estimates of total discards. Kirsten, is my memory serving me correctly?
Yes, your memory is serving correctly. And, this is information that we are getting from the Federal Observer Program. And so we're learning some of the methodology that was used and how they collected the information. And there's some nuances of the data that things were combined. So it's difficult to assign, the catch to a single set. And so we're still working through that, and we're running some modeling to see if we can get at that, but it is a challenge that we're trying to work through right now.
Okay, really helpful. Listen, none of this stuff is easy. The master plan, we talked a lot about incomplete, making decisions with incomplete or report data, because we know that is often a problem. So I think my direction now would just be to work with the stakeholders on that process, come back to us with a further report in November. Let's see if we can't find some common ground. Sound good, Craig?
Yeah, that works for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dave, were you able to get Terry on? I see his hand up still and his mic still off.
I've been unable to promote Terry and unable to get an unmute on my end. Terry, if applicable, your device may need to be unmuted as well, not just on Zoom, but the floor is yours.
Oh, there you go, Terry, go ahead. Oh, you're unmuted for a second and then muted again. More a second here. Do you think you have a solution, Melissa? No. Okay. I'm sorry, Terry. We can't hear you. So we're going to go on now to the next topic, which is coastal fishing communities. Kimmy, do you want to give us a little update of where we are? Feel comfortable?
Yes. Let me just pull
No worries.
Just take everything with me. Okay, love your shirt, by the way. Oh, thank you. For those that can't see it, it has fish on it, so it's very it's exciting. It's an exciting day here. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Sklar. My name is Kimmy Rogers, and I am the California Sea Grant Fellow at California Fish and Game Commission. The Coastal Fishing Communities Project is a commissioned initiative to more directly recognize coastal fishing community goals and the impact that different options for pursuing conservation and utilization goals in fisheries management decisions may have on those communities. As part of this initiative in April of 2021, the Commission gave staff direction to develop a new policy on coastal fishing communities based on MRC recommendation. The Commission directed staff to work with stakeholders to develop a draft policy. At its March 2022 meeting, the MRC received an overview of drafting efforts and materials, including an initial draft policy and outcomes from a February public drafting workshop. And then based on guidance received at the March 2022 MRC meeting, staff took steps to prepare for a second policy drafting workshop to build on the input shared at the first workshop. Preparation entailed integrating public input from the first workshop into the initial staff draft policy to develop a revised draft policy and determined a second workshop date. We scheduled a second policy drafting workshop to solicit input on a revised draft policy for June 22nd, 2022. And we shared the revised draft policy with the Department of Fish and Wildlife and workshop participants who had recommended specific changes for feedback on revisions and outstanding issues. However, several concerns and questions were raised by department staff and an academic partner, and we realized that the potential benefit of exploring these concerns further and addressing them in the draft policy text before distributing and workshopping a new version of the draft policy. Prior to the second workshop date, commission staff notified the public that the workshop was being postponed and it would be rescheduled once a revised draft policy was ready to distribute for review. Staff is currently considering how to incorporate feedback from multiple sources while keeping the effort moving forward. Staff received important feedback that the policy includes many details that may be more appropriate for an implementation plan. However, feedback from the first workshop also makes it clear that stakeholders would like to see the commission support many key aspects of the policy. Commission staff is evaluating which parts of the policy may be better suited to an implementation plan and develop a higher level vision and policy draft for considering coastal fishing communities' needs. To do this, staff is seeking to expand the small project team to include outside ocean policy and fishing community experts and partners so that commission staff can create a durable draft policy and implementation plan for coastal fishing communities. Staff's goal is to keep progress on track through an adjusted process. And staff anticipates working with this small project team through the summer and hosting a second policy drafting workshop in the fall, leading to a staff recommendation for the MRC in November. The coastal fishing communities policy remains a top priority for commission staff, and we welcome your feedback on the plan.
Thank you, Kimmy. Anybody from the public want to comment or ask questions? Please raise your hand on Zoom or *9, #9 on your phone. Okay, seeing no one. Thank you, Kimmy, and thank you, Susan, as well, for your long-term effort on this. Hoping that we're getting over a hump here and we're going to be able to get to the end of this process soon. With that, I think we're on to our final item, which is the work plan. We don't need a motion to second it, there's no second. So I just think that we mentioned a couple things along the way for both future commission meetings and MRC meetings, but I don't think we need to recap them here. Unless you need anything else from me on that.
No, I don't think we need anything more on that. The MRC work plan that's in your binder was updated with the most recent guidance from the commission, and so we will add those proposed options to the work plan.
Okay, terrific. Well, thank you all for being here. Thank you, everybody.
Did you want to see if anyone had any comments about it?
Does anybody have any comments about the pros agenda work plan? Seeing that, just a lot of thumbs up. I think we're good to go. So listen, that concludes the MRC meeting for today. Thank you all for being here in person, and those of you, the 60 or so people who joined us by Zoom, and we'll see you next time.